Those things may not look attractive, but they're conversations that we must have. I don't want to believe at this point. I just want to leave you with something that is a powerful tool in the hands of young people that they must take advantage of today. I don't know whether you have noticed that we did not need a symposium to get music to cross the borders. As a matter of fact, if we stopped the program now to ask people to dance, if you played a Tanzanian song, you will see Ugandans and Kenyans dancing the same way to the music. If you played a Kenyan song by Sauti Sol, most young people in this room would know who is playing. It's not just that. DRC has just recently joined the East Africa community. Their music has maintained its integrity. They are still one of those few people who are still using instruments to pull together quality music. And their music has transcended time. They have refused to sing about the bad manners that we sing about. They are still singing about love, broken love, lost love. We did not need a symposium for that to happen. I don't know whether you have noticed that dance did not need a symposium to move across the borders. As a matter of fact, by virtue of the fact that I grew up with a Ugandan neighbor, I knew the dance that was being done by the traditional dancers here. But even if I didn't know it, as I was seated, as they were moving, my body would be moving, because Africans generally have bones that move to the drum beats of the continent. We did not need a symposium to move that. I don't know whether you have noticed that the arts, some very good arts and some very evil arts, are finding the way into the hands of young people across the world, not across the continent. That there are young people in this continent, in this region, whose audience is beyond the East Africa community, by virtue of the fact that they have access to TikTok and social media. We must ask ourselves, what is the magic that is happening in the space of music, arts, and innovation that has allowed this information to go out there without the help of a symposium? If we can find those and use the same to transfer this knowledge to other people, we'll have done ourselves a great job today. I also need to draw our attention to drop shipping. Drop shipping happens to be one area that is dominated by young people. They are able to sell across borders in the East Africa community, and as a matter of fact, they have successfully managed to avoid paying taxes. And governments are still trying to figure out how to tax young people who are doing business online. It is not a good thing for governments. So even in the conversations we're having here today, some of you will need to provide solutions and thinking around how this taxation will happen without necessarily taking all the resources from the hands of young people, but looking to see how those opportunities can be expanded for the benefit of young people. How we will capitalize on the movement and the borderlessness that is already happening and open the space for borderlessness of government, borderlessness of policy, borderlessness of language to continue to happen. If I continue speaking beyond here, I'm going to spoil this pudding. So I want to stop, and I don't know whether I'm going to do a Q&A or just take back my seat and wait to see how we'll proceed with the conversation after this. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Stella. I think we need to give Stella another round. Because Stella has really tickled our minds. I'm sure she has stimulated all the nerves. We want to thank you very much, Stella. Just before we go into the next part, there are some things that must be captured from Stella's presentation. Stella has brought the practical aspects of this borderless East Africa. I mean, we have the policies, she's suffering with the work permits and business permits, and this is not new. I remember when Rwanda and Burundi had just joined the East African community, the Rwandese used to pay visa fees in Kenya. And it only got to the attention of the authorities when the Rwandese representatives were going to swear in Nairobi. And as part of the process, they had to pay for visas That's when they realized that the Rwandese were still paying visas to access Kenya. And it was stopped at that point. So we still have these practical aspects that come into the administrative challenges. And how do we facilitate this borderless East Africa? How do we facilitate the operational aspects of this borderless East Africa? That is something Stella has ably handled. Our efforts, and the people are making efforts to integrate. I think this should also be captured. That as we're trying to move, the people are already moving. Stella has also taken us into the frameworks that are available. Many of us may not know about these frameworks that could facilitate these whole processes, but Stella has brought this aspect. Of course, the cultural issues have come in. If you don't speak Swahili and somebody says Naomba and Nataka, you don't understand the difference. But if the Kenyans are in Tanzania, they're always paying for things and they're like Nataka. And the Tanzanians feel so offended that people are not polite. And the Kenyans, you say, you want me to beg when I'm paying? They want to give the instruction. And this is something that comes with the cultural aspects, which Stella has also talked about. Of course, Stella has taken us into the conversations that should be happening. The things that we should be thinking about and how we should influence these conversations. These are issues and aspects of the borderless East Africa we are talking about. We want to thank you very much, Stella, and I hope that we shall have some time in the course of the day to have an engagement with you. But as of now, we wish to proceed to our next item on our program. Mr. Guest of Honor, we are joined by Honorable Dan Chidega. Honorable Dan Chidega is the Vice Chairman of the University Council and also the former Secretary General of the East African Community. Oh, Speaker. I beg your indulgence. He's the former Speaker of the East African Community, and he was also our Youth Chairman of the National Youth Council. So we want to thank you very much for joining us. We also have Honorable Colonel Wesije. He also joined us, Mr. Guest of Honor. Mr. Patrick Bichature was recognized, but he's also with us. Thank you very much. He's also joined us. And Professor Kawejiri. Before you came in, Mr. Guest of Honor, the MC wondered when Professor Kawejiri joined the university. And he said he joined in 1965. So they asked for anybody who joined before him, and there was nobody. Unless you can beat that record. But if you cannot beat the record, Professor Kawejiri remains the oldest alumni in this building. It could even be in this university at the moment, and we want to thank him for his sparing time for such conversations, especially conversations that are going to stimulate young people to think deeply about Pan-Africanism and the future of Africa. Because what Josephine was talking about, what Stella was talking about, is if these seed banks are in Norway, what is the future of Africa? And there are Africans bothered by this new development. If they are not bothered, what are we doing as young people? What are we doing as students? What are we doing as youth in Makerere University? And I want to thank Julius Nyerere for dedicating this symposium to stimulate young people into this thinking. Thank you very much, and we really appreciate your presentation, Stella. We shall have more time to interact with you. At this moment, allow me to take the honor to invite our guest of honor, the Right Honorable Ruhakana Rugunda, who needs no introduction. He's always called Ndugu. But some of us feel like when you call him Ndugu, you should not call him Ndugu, because of that African spirit that Josephine has been talking about, that the elders, the straws, when they're taking the beer, when I call Ndugu, Right Honorable Rugunda Ndugu, I feel I'm getting closer to the straws. So I think there are people who should call him Ndugu, but he's being called Ndugu because of his being a very humble person all throughout his leadership. Right Honorable Ruhakana Rugunda, I invite you to address the symposium.
the leadership of Makerere University and the leadership of the Uganda Management Institute, who are the parents in many ways of what we are doing now. The leadership of Nyerere Leadership Center, the Chargé d'Affaires of Tanzania and the distinguished delegation from Tanzania, their excellencies, the ambassadors and high commissioners present here, the academic and business fraternities that are here, many different people who are present here, fellow Africans. President Yoweri Museveni, as you would expect and as you know, would have wanted to be here in person to deliver his message to you, but because of his other important engagements has not been able to make it, and he therefore asked me to represent him, which I am gladly doing. I will therefore read President Museveni's speech. On this 14th day of October 2023, we commemorate the life and legacy of Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, who departed from our midst 24 years ago. Uganda joins the people of Tanzania and the people of East Africa, and indeed the people of the African continent, celebrate an African hero. Mwalimu Nyerere was a true champion of African freedom and liberation from subjugation, marginalization, exploitation, and tyranny. Mwalimu Nyerere, unlike most African nationalist fighters, espoused the idea that the attainment of independence by the respective countries was not an end in itself. His true legacy lies in the fact that he, first and foremost, supported liberation struggles to break the shackles of colonialism and neo-colonialism. And these shackles had led to the unfair parceling of African continent among the different colonial powers. Additionally, he also recognized the urgency of uniting the small independent African states to create for the first time Africa's center of gravity. Mwalimu Nyerere rejected the feeling of arrivism which gripped the ruling elites once they took over the 53 colonies that the imperialists had organized for ease of exploitation of the continent. They judged that they had arrived and the idea of Pan-Africanism was thrown through the window. Mwalimu's commitment to the goal of Pan-Africanism was demonstrated through the unification of Tanganyika and Zanzibar to create Tanzania. He was equally committed to the formation of the East African Federation. This point of Tanzania being created from Tanganyika and Zanzibar has been very well elaborated by the Chargé d'Affaires of Tanzania. Therefore, as we celebrate this year's Nyerere Day, it is important to remind ourselves of the unfinished work which Mwalimu pioneered. and to carry it forward to its logical conclusion. This would be the most befitting tribute to his great legacy. Economic and political integration is the permanent cure for Africa's weakness and Africa's marginalization in world affairs, and Africa, therefore, must cure herself of the victim mentality and take the initiative of shaping her own destiny. We have an unprecedented advantage of a market of 1.3 billion people. This is formidable treasure in our hands. It has the potential of not only making us richer, but also earning us respect in the world as a power to reckon with. In 1986, when the NRM captured power, Uganda's population was a paltry 15 million people. The East African community, which would have compensated for Uganda's small internal market, had been brought to its knees. The NRM government lost no time in working with our Tanzanian and Kenyan brothers and sisters to revive the East African community. Our concerted efforts paid off in 1999 when the original member states, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, signed the treaty which re-established the East African community. The community has since grown with the addition of Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. I almost said South Africa. I think this is where the direction should go. The regional economic blocs like ECOWAS, COMESA, East African Community, SADC, etc., have helped to increase the volume of trade among the African countries. And with the signing and ratification by the individual member states of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Africa now boasts of the largest free trade area in the world. This is true harnessing of our power, and we must continue consolidating Africa's great potential to our advantage. It must be remembered that Africa was forcefully integrated into the world economy as a source of cheap labor and cheap raw materials for Western industries. Africa has donated enough wealth to the rest of the world. It is time to cut off the proboscis of the parasites whose wealth has been sucked from our mines. Our wealth is being sucked from our mines, soils, our forests, our lakes, and our many other things. Our chief interest should be to secure the survival and prosperity of our children and their children. There is no better guarantee for their future than working towards the political and economic integration of Africa. For the first time, we have an opportunity of safeguarding our great human and natural resources under an African supranational government. African leaders, therefore, need to work hard so as not to share the fate of the pre-colonial tribal chiefs that laid down their peoples. Finally, I salute the contribution of Mwalimu Nyerere to the liberation of Africa, and I urge the young people to carry on his vision of a strong and united Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. May I? Thank you very much, Right Honorable Wakana Lugunda. Before he leaves the podium, we would request to have a group photo with the Julius Nyerere, the panelists and the guests, and a few distinguished members. I would request them to join up. May I have the ushers, Julius Nyerere team, our keynote speaker, and the other speakers. May I request you to join the guest of honor on the podium for a group photo. Thank you very much. May I have the mics on, please? Okay, thank you very much. We have the podium set. May I invite Dr. Susie, kindly, and our guests, please come to the podium. You'll be joined by the guest of honor after we are set. Dr. Mlindwa. Joseph. Honorable Kidega, Vice Chair. We have Your Excellency the High Commissioner of the Republic of South Africa. We will also be joined by the Charge d'Affaires, the Tanzanian High Commission. I think we are all here. We can have the chief guest joining us. So I think we'll take our seats. Chairman. So may I request the photographers to guide us. Maybe we could now close in for the group photo. Thank you very much, Mr. Guest of Honor. We are very honored and glad. We shall continue with our first panel after the Guest of Honor. I request Dr. Susie. Thank you very much, our guest of honor, Right Honorable Rakana Rugunda, for delivering the message of the President and also reminding us of the historical struggle that Africa has been part of and challenging us as young people to ensure that we do not lose sight and focus of this fundamental development path that Africa needs to take. We are very grateful, and we want to thank the President very much for this. Our next session, we are going to have a panel discussion, which is going to be moderated by Professor Josephine. If you look at the program, because of time, we have merged two panels, and I would now invite Professor Josephine Nyerere to come and invite this panel to interrogate the same question. And of course, the panel, we have Honorable Mr. Patrick Butature, who is already here with us, Sangu Batiku, Mr. Edwin Musime, Mrs. Joan Tamkasa, and we're joined by Mr. Joram Nkumbi, Mr. Ivan Segawa, and Martin Kalima will be joining us. So Professor Josephine.
Okay, in the interest of time, I would like to welcome you to this panel discussion and to invite our panelists to come over. Mr. Patrick Butature, CEO and Simba Group of Companies. Ms. Sangu Butiku, Senior Expert on Service Pan-African Activist. You're welcome. Please come and take your seats. Ms. Edwin Msime. Mr. Edwin Msime, please come and take your seat. Mr. Nshuti Balam Kabasa. Yeah. For now, let's. Kabasa, are you here with us? Mrs. Joanita Mukasa Menya, economist and commercial expert. That was the first panel which we are combining with the one on youth social political engagement, which will have 3 people. So do we have 3 chairs, organizers? We have Joram Nkumbi, Pierre O. Lumumba Foundation. Sorry? Okay. So is this it? All right. You're very welcome. I'm not going to take a lot of time, but maybe what I should do, I should ask each one of you to say just a few things that make you who you are. Because I would have given a long introduction if we had time. So I'm going to start with Patrick Bitature in the spirit of good neighborliness. What are you?
Thank you, Professor. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, in your distinguished capacities, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, and our chief guest, distinguished guest. My name is Patrick Bitature. I'm a businessman, and I like to think of myself as an East African businessman. I went to school, my primary school in Kenya. I'd been born in Uganda, but I did my primary school in Kenya. Then I came to Uganda, where I did the rest of my studies up to here at Makerere University. I'm a North Quarter, or I was a North Quarter, which was still called North Quarter. Now I'm a businessman. I have businesses in Kenya, Tanzania, and in Uganda.
Thank you. Briefly.
Thank you. Vijana, are we? Awa?
Wow.
Are we? Awa? My name is Sango Butiku. I am from Tanzania, but I was here for 9 years in Uganda. I can say I'm an African. I would like to identify myself as an African.
Thank you. Our next panelist, Mr. Edwin Msime.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Edwin Msime. I am an African, most definitely, and proud of it. I am the CEO of Olim Group, and lately, of course, Aston Capital. I'm also the Director General Green Economy East Africa. We are very preoccupied at the moment with promoting sustainability practices across East Africa. That is why, to the organizers, I had to hesitantly wear this tag because this plastic, we're trying to fight it.
Yeah.
But I'm also the Chairman, Chamber of Young Entrepreneurs, representing close to 25,000 young entrepreneurs in Uganda. But we're now creating fellowships across the region, and I'm most glad to definitely be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Those who are wearing plastics, please beware. The next, Nshuti.
My name is Nshuti Balam Kavasa. I'm a student of Bachelor of Commerce, second year. I have an interest in the business area, and I've been so much in touch with the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center. And yeah, I'm trying to represent the youth on the panel. And I'm African. My skin color can report. I'm a Muchiga, that's where I come from, Kavare. And I'm happy and honored, and I hope that I represent the youth very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Being African is not evident, by the way. Next, thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joanita Kafasa Menya. I am a Christian, unapologetically so. A marketplace leader, with my latest assignment having been the managing director for Unilever in Uganda. An entrepreneur as well, a big-time farmer, and with a blazing passion for Africa. And my purpose is to turn scars into victory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Martha Kiza Kalama. I currently work in Bank of Uganda as portfolio manager for the Petroleum Investment Fund, but I am here representing women and youth, and I hope I do it well. Thank you.
Anti-blackness, rising anti-global south, and the fact that the lessons or the solutions that we are anticipating must come from us, people of the continent, whether on the soil or in the diaspora. So I'd like to start with Mr. Vita.
Times I've not been making myself available, but for anything to do with Julius Nyerere, I will make the time.
Because to us,
I feel it is important. We have a duty, especially when I see in the audience so many young people who just see the name, they hear about his works, but they do not hear firsthand how this man impacted us, especially us. Insatiable debt for the role he played in the liberation of Uganda and bring us to where we are today. So many take it for granted. But this man is a man we should always pray for and hold and revere in such high esteem, because he was a great man, a great visionary, and still is. We should never forget what a great leader he was. It is hard to follow his footsteps, but this man turned around our history, the era where we lived under very dark yoke in Amin's days, and then thereafter how we mismanaged our affairs. But especially in Amin's days, to many people they thought it was a joke, and Amin was butchering his own people, and he was a clown. He made very many funny things or incidents. The rest of the world was laughing. But us who are alive in those days, we know what we went through. And we prayed every single night for change to come. And we looked to the West, because the West we thought were our allies. They had brought from colonialism, neo-colonialism, they had been our leaders. They brought us education, hospitals, schools. But then they left us for 8 years in a period of darkness, a period of terror, until one day a great man, Julius Nyerere, stood up with a stick and put a stick in the ground and said, enough is enough. No more of this in Uganda, a neighboring country. So all these things we talk about, integration of East African community, could not have begun if this man did not have that deep resolve to march thousands of young people from Tanzania that marched into Kampala and liberated Uganda. That's a great man. And that's why for me it's important I relate such stories to these young people, because it's easy to forget and just take it as history. But in East Africa, this man is exceptionally special. When our president talks about it, I feel almost he misses the message some of the young people down here don't relate, and they think this is just politics. But Nyerere was truly a very special individual to the whole of East Africa. Now, why do I think today's conference is important for us in the business world? It's a shame that East African community is being driven largely at a political level. We, the business community, should be running way ahead of them, but often I find that we are way behind them. They are putting policies and frameworks in place for us to integrate by doing business together, especially the young people, but we are all too narrowly focused on our little areas, on our little enclaves. We need to open up this space and trade with Tanzania, trade with Kenya first, our traditional East African community partners, and then the greater East African community today of 7 countries. It's a great opportunity. Unless we begin there, unless we start doing things with one another, interacting with one another, having intermarriages, having cross-community activities, we're going to remain a poor little African country. The only way we can get out of this situation is if we work together and really understand one another as brothers. I like to say quite openly, my first girlfriend was a Kenyan, my second girlfriend was a Tanzanian, then I eventually married a Ugandan. That shows integration. Thank you.
I got a little bit worried that how many were they going to be? And the former speaker of Jnlc was listening very keenly to see whether we had crossed to Burundi also. But that is a discussion for another day. And given we are here as an audience of diverse interests, starting from our guest of honor, members of University Council here, of Makerere University, UMI, ambassadors, students, and so on. This is a rich opportunity. It's a great opportunity for us. So, Butiku, as you pronounce yourself as a Pan-African activist, I'm interested because I'm also a principal of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, and we are currently talking about what will decoloniality look like as we try to get out of the yoke that Mr. Bitature has talked about. So what is this animal, Pan-Africanism, and how initiatives address social justice issues in the region from that angle that you're talking about?
Thank you very much. I think we have to pass on this heritage, the heritage that our elders, Mwalimu Nyerere, Nelson Mandela, especially Mwalimu Nyerere, the knowledge that Africa ni moja. This should come from our hearts. This should be our gospel. This should be our passion. This should be our love. From our homes, from our children and grandchildren, we have to pass on this knowledge. Just outside being a Tanzanian, outside being a Ugandan, my child, my grandchild, my great-great-grandchild, because I'm training my child right now, to know that we are Africans, Africa ni moja, and it should be a faith, like how you say Catholic, I'm a Catholic or I'm a Christian. And I think this is the belief Mwalimu had. He had the belief in people and he had the belief in African unity. And so for me, that would be it. The knowledge and the passion, sincerity. When you say it, mean it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Africa ni moja, and I think that is the unity that Mwalimu always insisted on and reminded people to get out of their kind of cocoons that actually have been created as a colonial project. Edwin Musime, you are an entrepreneur and formerly a media personality, a pastor also. So in terms of innovation, in terms of technology-driven platforms, what do you see as the role of governments and regional bodies in terms of creating this borderless East Africa, Africa generally, as the panelists have chosen to expand? We were trying to be East Africa, but they've expanded us. So now we have to talk Africa. How do we get there?
All right. The first thing I'll say, I recognize Papa, Dr. Rugunda, great mentor of mine and father. I'm usually a man who puts on suits. Why am I not in a suit today? I want to show you part of the potential that Africans have. For instance, I'll tell you that I have shares in a company that is producing these shoes. Yes, we are making these shoes, as you can see them. The watch, the t-shirts. The only thing at the moment we're importing would be the zip, probably. We're trying to figure out the technologies around that here. Unfortunately, my driver didn't bring my bag. The bags we make right now would easily compete with the Gucci's and Dolce Gabbanas of this world. Now, what am I trying to say? I believe that the leadership of Julius, or in the words of Dr. Rugunda, Ndugu Julius, would have been to see an Africa on the rise, number one, but number two, an Africa that believes in its young people. Today, averagely, minus South Sudan, 80% of the 246 million East Africans are under 35. Under 35. So, my call to the government and to the players, as my senior, Mr. Patrick, has talked about the private sector, to build systems and structures that practically move us to the direction of the Africa that we want to see. Keyword being practically. I'll give a simple example. Twice I've flown to speak at a conference in Tanzania, and while you're at the airport of Tanzania, the first thing that you hear announced is, welcome to Dar es Salaam. If you're having kavera or polythene bag on you, make sure you don't cross with it. And I'm thinking, wow. When you're crossing to Kigali, Rwanda. So now, if we're talking about borderlessness, let's not just discuss the theoretical policies we're talking about. Let's learn from each other. There's something lately I'm trying to break away. The Baganda, I'm a Muchiga by the way, but I know a bit of Luganda. The Baganda have a saying, okutambula kulaba, okudda kunyumya. Translated as, when you travel, you see, and when you come back home, you converse and talk. Now, lately I'm changing it among my peers and the people that I mentor, the young people. Let us travel to see. When we come back, let us practice. And in conclusion, what I would say is, when we talk about borderlessness, let's ask ourselves a question. Would a Kenyan want to do business in Uganda? Would a Ugandan want to do business in Rwanda? I've personally done business, and I'm doing business in across all these countries, but I'll give you a simple example. I can register. We registered practically a company in Rwanda. Within 24 hours, Rwanda Development Board will have approved your business registration at no cost. In Uganda, yesterday we pushed in a registration for a new investor. We are bringing in the country to set up eco-cities, and they told me it will take us 5 to 6 working days. In Kenya, it's still 5 to 6 working days. Tanzania, I don't know what the story is. So I think for me, if we're looking at building a borderless region, let us take chapters of reference from one of the most successful trade blocs in the world, which is the European Union, with its 27 member states, and look at how we can evolve and grow our East African bloc to outwardly look to the bigger picture, which is Africa, that we have said. And to the young person that is listening right now, I love throwing figures to young people. To the young people that are here, East Africa, the East Africa we're talking about presently is a $163 billion economy, right? The wealthiest man between Bernard Arnault and Elon Musk, each of them is about $134 billion or $123 billion. So each of these individuals is almost the equivalent of the GDP of East Africa. But why do I bring up that example? That whenever we mention these figures of GDPs, to a young person here, whether you're in business or studying to one day aspire to be a part of the ecosystem happening, I need you to rethink that in nation building, in regional building, how can I play a part in all the conversation that is going on? And to the moderator, the final challenge I leave to the young people in here and to our leaders. We are in Industry 4.0 now. Artificial intelligence as a monster has stepped in. Guess what? By 2030, the stats indicate the world over will lose close to 100 million plus jobs. And it's projected more than 40% of current employed people will have to rethink a career switch and change. So, even as we discuss alongside the direction of a borderless region, these are things my fellow young people or the young people of the region ought to be thinking about, but most importantly, let's have systems that work. Let it not just be, I'm proud to be African. What makes us African? Oh, we're bad timekeepers. You see, I'm African. African time. No, 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 no. There are cultures that we need to change and move towards excellency, which I believe are the values that Ndugu Julius Nyerere stood for. Thank you.
I wish we had a whole day. Is that possible, Professor Dansozi? Thank you very much for that. As you spoke, I thought that people would look for your number to get some experience, internship and all that, because these are the practical things that we really need to do, some of which do not actually need funding. We normally talk about funding, but I think you don't need funding to avoid littering Kavera everywhere. Our universities, sometimes you wonder, when we go to these lecture rooms, what do we teach? Somebody eats yogurt, drinks yogurt, and the Kavera finds itself on the floor. That we don't need funding for that. And I think some of the ideas that you're fronting, we really need a deeper conversation on what we can do in practical terms, also connecting unity, youth employment, culture, and climate resilience. Because it is us, as we said at the beginning, that Mwalimu Nyerere said, ngoma ya kujiokoa tutai cheza sisi wenyewe. So that's very, very important. Now let's go to our dear student of BCom. How can young people be encouraged to participate in this borderless venture, whether in business, whether in other social, political activities?
To start with, I think Mr. Edwin and I are a little bit related, because when he was giving his speech, I reflected a lot about it, and I understood it at heart. First of all, in my program, when we're studying, there's a course unit called taxation, and I'm trying to, I have friends who are not doing Bachelors of Commerce, and they're doing computer engineering, a lot of other programs. And you ask them, how are you going to make money out of your whole program? How are you looking at it in answering to our problems? Because first of all, we are not a first world country or community. We are a third world community, but you find someone creating an application for dating, and yet we are having other issues which are at hand. So we are lacking guidance on that. We are not informed on what area to cover or how to monitor, how to make money out of the areas that we are looking at. We are having an issue of culture and other things. You find that someone tells you that when you travel, like he said, when you travel, you see or you learn, and when you come back, you narrate and implement. I had an opportunity to go to Mombasa in 2019, and I saw the taxis that they have. The art which is there, it's really amusing. And my godfather has a garage. I relate to him a lot, and I saw that if you know the taxis which are already in place, if you can paint them the way the people in Mombasa are doing it, it would be very interesting. You can get a certain market. You're having a chance to touch a specific market. We're not able to understand the markets which we are having as the young people. You find that if you look at the Uganda, the statistics, they say that there are 22,500 jobs available a year. And you look at the number of students who are graduating, we cannot be employed, all of us, if we're all looking at being employed. You find that students or graduate students are starting up their own businesses, and these are the common ones: boutiques, eggs, and border borders. But they're not informed that our eggs cannot go to Kenya. They don't know that. They're not informed about the market. You're looking at eggs. Okay, who are your consumers? Rolex stands. Are you going to eat a Rolex each and every day? No. We need to understand our market, and if possible, I would wish that once in a while, I've been hearing this being said on panels here, that we wish to have business people who are already in an area of whichever place we want to be inspired from. If you look at the youths in my college, we need to be having Mr. Bitature coming with us and having a conversation, even if it's once or twice, not only to the Julius Nyerere people who are having the opportunity, people who are doing computer, they also need someone of that area to show them the direction which we need to follow. We know where we are and we know where we want to be. We know the benefits that come along with the East African community, us merging together, but the path is the difficult part. I was told that the temperature of milk is only known by the person who's taking it, because milk which is cold and milk which is hot will look the same. Now, we need to know how the matters are being handled on the East African community. That's my submission.
You've spoken directly to the issue of a cross-generational conversation and the issues of mentoring. I think our members of council, the vice chair, you're listening. Sometimes we live in silos and we keep saying, those young people are just looking for jobs, and yet we are supposed to have that close conversation. So as the universities and governments, those are some of the things to take into consideration. Our next speaker, panelist, this is Joanita. Yeah, you are an economist and a commercial expert. How do we use that expertise to connect these dots of ours in terms of unity, youth employment, culture, and climate resilience?
Thank you. Thank you very much. When I claim to be a commercial expert, I've gotten the privilege, first of all, to work across East Africa in different roles. And one of the key strengths that I've worked for multinationals all my life, but one of the key strengths that I've seen multinationals leverage on is the strength of each nation and how they can come together, yeah? So for example, those who remember, we had factories here at some point as Unilever. Unilever is the one that makes Omo, those who don't know. And then about 10 years ago, they were moved to Nairobi, yeah? And that really crushed us because we had to lay off people, we had to do all those sorts of things. But it was simple things, some of which, for example, it was less friendly to do business here. Yeah, getting an approval for something would take you ages and all those things, and things were shifted, and people had to be written off. But it was because it was friendlier to do business in Kenya. We had a more reliable team in Kenya, and where that comes from for me is the basics. Because we lost that business. I've been trying to bring back, for example, right now we are the biggest on Royco in East Africa, actually. But I've been trying to bring back that business, to bring a line of Royco that could employ about 500 Ugandans, and it has been very turbulent, yeah? And I'm glad Dr. Rugunda is here, because then we can have that conversation and say, look at what we are missing as East Africa. So for me, we have a mentality of mediocrity that disturbs my head, yeah? And many people, when they see me and speak to me, they think I'm not Ugandan. But I am Ugandan, bred and buttered here. But because there are things I do not tolerate, for example, shame on everybody who came in late. Shame on you. Why would you invite people and then you show up late? Those are little basics that define you so much. When I was posted to work in Kenya, I had a major role, but everyone was like, she is Ugandan? When I turned around Nairobi the way I did, it was like, she can't be Ugandan. So we have been dabbed with scripts because of the way we do things, which is very sad. Because I know Ugandans as one of the strongest minds, actually, when you give them a task. But guess what? When you walk into Kenya, Ugandans are lazy. They are not. How do we leverage our strength? For example, Ugandans are very strong on ideation, getting ideas, but fairly weak on execution. And then Kenyans are very strong on execution. And then Tanzanians are very consistent. You'll see Tanzanian today, you'll see her doing the same thing tomorrow and the other day. So what are those things that define the picture of success of a borderless East Africa? What does that look like for us? If we get that in common, then we need to figure out how to support our non-negotiables. What are the bare minimum standards? Working in late is not acceptable. It's not. So we need to have a mindset shift by putting the standards on the ground. This is the bare minimum. For as long as we don't have that picture of success, this is what a borderless economy looks like, and these are the bare minimum standards, we will not achieve. Because remember, we are East Africans, but we are also very different in terms of who we are. Yeah? A product that thrives here may not thrive in Kenya. But we are East Africans. But we need to understand those differences. Those differences exist, but they are basics, basic minimums. How can we kill the mediocrity mentality by establishing the basics, making sure we follow the basics? It doesn't matter where you are. Time management must happen. X must happen. You don't come in like this. You don't do X. Because when you look at the major changes, they come from basic switches, which are very disturbing. So for me, first, let's give that picture of success. What does a borderless East Africa region look like? Then establish what are the basic minimums that we need to accept or non-negotiables. Then we start addressing those one by one. For example, the keynote speaker spoke about language. It's a big thing in terms of, because we're all crying about access. But people cannot let us into their continents or countries if we have some basic minimums that are missing. If you can't even keep time, please, you have no business going to Europe, for example. You said what I mean? So you're killing yourself because of things that you can change. So for me, those are the three key things. Define the picture of success of what we want to see. What are the basic minimums? What is stopping us? And therefore, how do we address and check all those boxes one at a time? Thanks.
Very nice. Yes, the minimums. We get to Martha. Is it? Martha. And your investment manager with Bank of Uganda. That's a big portfolio for us to listen to here as Makerere University and as young people who are looking up to becoming youthful citizens of the region. What should investment towards borderlessness look like? How can actually central banks in the region facilitate that conversation?
I am very much a figures person, so I'm going to start off with figures, yes? I was recently at the IMF World Bank meetings in Morocco, Marrakesh, and there they were talking about women and youth and how women and youth are the harbingers of change in any economy. So let me give you some figures to that fact. Anne Jurdy, the World Bank Managing Director of Operations, stated that GDP per capita for any country, anywhere, could be 20% higher if women were employed at the same rate as men. And economic gains could be 5 to 6 trillion more for any country if women started businesses at the same rate as men. Youth are the harbingers of change. We are the ones who drive the trends. We are the ones who innovate. We are the ones who bring new products to the market. Economies grow on the backs of youth. So investment should be in these largely untapped and small, well, they're not small, but big, but untapped demographics. So if we focus our services and investment on women and youth, if we decide, let's say, for example, there's a tomato seller in Nakawa Market, just a random example, and she sells tomatoes and she's at the smaller end of the value chain. That's all she has to offer. But if someone, for example, an NGO, can link her up to a tomato seller in Kenya, And she tells her, these are the solutions to some of the problems you're having as a tomato seller in Uganda. Provide me with some of the solutions that you have in Uganda to my issues in Kenya. And let's get together as an East African community. Let's get together and perhaps ship and supply hinds. Why couldn't we as an East African community say, let us get together, put effort and money into the smaller scale people, into women and youth who don't have the capital that men and older demographics have. And once we have empowered them, then they can get together and add value to our GDP, foster inclusivity, make sure that each and every person that we have is doing their maximum potential to give to East Africa. Who wouldn't love an East African community where women, men, and youth are thriving, opening businesses, opening banks, leading the world in innovation? We just have to get people and change makers in place, put women at the table, put youth at the table, give us a place to say, hey, this is what affects us, this is what our problems are, these are solutions that can cater to our particular problems, so that we are on the same level playing field. When everyone is on the same level playing field, then we can do the best to maximize our potential and do the best for East Africa as a region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Our keynote tickled me on two fronts. One was on language, and I recalled what one speaker said, that African challenges will be only solved in an African language, when you have a language that you can speak to each other. And also the fact that indigenous knowledges have to have their rightful place. We've been listening for far too long. I would like to see some reactions, questions, and comments from us. Now, for us, we are the privileged, we have the microphone. You are the them. You will need these rather rudimentary microphones. Who is moving the mic? Questions? Can I see? We have Professor Tarsis Kabwejere. I could also be taking the others. I'll first take this side and then I come to the middle. Thank you very much, our panelists. I think the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, we need another deeper conversation on deepening some of these very practical solutions and mindset questions that we need to engage in as Africans. Professor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists, and thank you, audience. Right Honorable, I'm glad to be with you here. Nyerere. If you are a young man or a young woman, and you are in this audience, or you are listening to this program when it appears in the media, what are you doing to be like Nyerere? If you say, I am young age is not a virtue on its own. It's what you do with your life. Nyerere, read up his books, read up his speeches. What a man. What a foresight. What a leadership. How can you be like Nyerere? I am on the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation board. And we are trying very, very hard to build a Nyerere World Leadership Center in Dodoma, so that his ideas can be part of the new global formation, where Africa is going to lead the way anyway. but lead the way when you know. So, unity of knowledge. Glad to be at the university. Unity of knowledge against man's greatest enemy, ignorance. All you have talked about, whether markets, whether this or that, leads to the question, do you know? Do you know what is right? Do you know what is good? And if you know, what are you doing to have it in place? Nyerere. Yes, thank you. If Africa is going to be saved from the chaos, catastrophe, and human misery represented by the Somalis, the Liberians, and Rwandans, and Burundis of today, all of us have to do what we can do to promote peace, unity, people-centered development throughout the continent. This is Nyerere, Africa today and tomorrow. No wonder he's being considered for sainthood. Those of us who have known him personally and who have shared his experiences, if you are young and you are in Uganda today and you are in East Africa, can you be a 10th, even 100th of who he has been, and you will make a difference. So my general remark is, we put so much emphasis on young people, but young people must know age alone is not a virtue. Nyerere didn't say, I am old, therefore I am here. How many people were of his age that lived in Tanzania, that lived in Africa, and so on, and didn't do as well as he did? How many African leaders have had as many awards of degrees like Mwalimu Nyerere? Anywhere in the world, go anywhere. People are studying his works in Oxford. So if you are going to be a leader of tomorrow, who are you emulating? I am young, I am young. We young people. Youthness is not enough. Learn from those who have. You are learning from teachers. You just don't go and give yourself a lecture. You learn from teachers. The question is whether they are knowledgeable. Whether professors or whether politicians, are we knowledgeable to know where to go and where to take others? Unity of knowledge against man's greatest enemy, ignorance. East Africa. Thank God we have had Museveni reviving this effort of uniting East Africa. He sent me in '97 to study how the Americans fund their union, how the states do that. And that report was distributed in the region, '97. This is how, what year are we? Time leaves no man a chance unless it is used properly.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, for those words of wisdom. I am young also. There are young people that side, yes, just make it quick, brief and to the point. The first one you see.
By name I'm Moidu Ansel Macheka, the guild speaker of Kampala Polytechnic. I'm the Deputy Country Director of Africa University Student Platform in Uganda. My question will go direct, or it's just a way forward as the young people. What are we supposed to do? Giving us a platform is the best thing you've done. But making the follow-up of these young people you've impacted, because with my simple analysis, all opportunities have been centralized in central Uganda. All organizations, all such platforms like these ones we are having here have been centralized in this country. If we get empowered students like us or the leaders to go back in our respective villages or communities, please make the follow-up so that we impact more. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Did I see the hand of oh yeah, lady that side. We said we have to be 2 by 2 like this. Obuganda. Yes.
Hello everyone. My question is for Edwin Musime specifically as an environmentalist. Taking into consideration Western countries are proportionally large contributors to the climate crisis that's going on globally, and yet African countries, more specifically African youth, are being tasked to find innovative ways to handle it and solve for it. How can the youth of East Africa, inspired by Julius Nyerere's values for social justice, be actively engaged in addressing the impacts of climate change while also working to dismantle colonial era systems that often perpetuate these environmental injustices? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll have one hand there and then I come to the front. Be brief, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Irene Mutumba and I'm a teacher and a social entrepreneur. So my question is, of course, thank you so much, panelists, for sharing all your projects and innovations. Mine is about what are the specific opportunities that we can, tell our young people to access within, maybe especially what you're doing and what is in the region. Because, we can go on and talk, but then unless we can direct them to these specific interventions that are currently active, it may be a bit difficult going forward.
There are people in the missions that want to tell us something on this borderlessness. South Africa? I need not to have a visa.
Chair, I'm not talking about visas. And I thought this is about East Africa, not SADC. Yes, in SADC we don't have visas. Like East Africa, you don't have visas. I just wanted to talk to what the first panelist was saying. I'm sorry he's not here. Because I wanted to talk about the contribution of President Julius Nyerere, that it was not just in East Africa, it was in the entire continent. All of us look at him as our father. We stayed in Tanzania in exile, I think for more than 30 years. And nobody complained. As he said, we are forever grateful to the people of Tanzania and to his leadership for fighting for the liberation of South Africa and many other countries, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Mozambique. All of us were housed in Tanzania. And until today, Tanzanians are not asking us for payback. Tanzanians are not reminding us that we were there with you, but they were there and they are still our brothers and sisters. So I want to say his teachings that we are all Africans. If one country on the continent is not free, we are all not free. So he was one of the greatest leaders, and I will always be here because my country and the people of South Africa are indebted forever to President Nyerere and to Tanzanians. Of course, other countries, in Zambia, we stayed another 30-something years, and we had our top leaders who were staying there and were protected there, as well as our Umkhonto Wesizwe. They were here also in the 90s, just before our independence, and we are thankful. But the key and the greatest of our leaders on the continent was President Nyerere, who led the way and mobilized other African leaders to say, we cannot say we are free when there is one or two countries on this continent that is not free. So I want to say to Tanzania a very big thank you on behalf of my government and on behalf of the people of South Africa. My sister still speaks Kiswahili. She stayed there many years and had a baby there, and she's a big girl now. Both of them speak Kiswahili. One day I will also learn. But I was disappointed. I thought Uganda speaks Kiswahili everywhere. But when I came here, no, it was a very scarce language. For a few, only a few Ugandans speak Kiswahili. But I also want to touch on my brother here. He raised a very important issue. What we do in South Africa to create jobs, we focus on manufacturing. Manufacturing, for me, is the key to create jobs. Instead of young people going to Europe, you know, being shut out of UK or France or whatever, why don't we stay at home and actually produce and sell those goods to South Africa, to Rwanda, to Kenya, everywhere. Yeah. And we build our economies and raise intra-Africa trade, because that is what the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is all about. I also want to encourage, you talked about plastic and waste. Yeah. In Europe, they say waste is wealth. When are we going to start saying waste is wealth? Young people, why don't you gather all these plastics and produce furniture and produce dishes and produce different items and sell them throughout the continent? And also ensure that you work with Kenyans, you work with Tanzanians and other young people and collect this waste. Our countries are dirty. So young people, that is your wealth, that is your opportunity. Lastly, my sister there talked about a very important issue, time management. You can't do business if you don't keep time. You have a great airline, Uganda Airline, that has been operating in the last 2-3 years. It's doing very well. You know, when I go to Johannesburg, only 4 hours. It's Entebbe, Johannesburg. 4 hours I'm there, instead of stopping here and stopping there. But I can be there 4 o'clock. I'm told the flight is 4 o'clock. The flight is 2 a.m. I'm told when I'm at the airport, there are some technical issues, and now I have to sit there and wait. Maybe I'm rushing for an appointment, I'm rushing for a business meeting. I will have lost it if my flight is not on time. So these issues are very, very important. And for our airline, as an example, if they keep time, they will do very well. Yeah. If they don't keep time, I go to Kenya Airline, they are there, they are professional, and they keep to time. I go to Rwanda Airline. So it is very important for us to grow our economies, to look at those little things that we're talking about. Thank you very much.
Now, Ambassador, my sister, you're telling me I'm supposed to travel to Joburg. I don't know whether I should keep the flight. In the spirit of Uganda, this side, yes. But are you young?
Definitely, I am a young man, turning 29 in August. First of all, my name is Innocent Mbonimpa. I am a student of law at the mighty Makerere University. But I also work with the Pan-African Women's Organization, which was established by Mwalimu Julius Nyerere on the 31st of July, 1961. Now, because of time, I will not observe the protocol.
Yeah, please
but
be brief.
I wanted to say that Mwalimu Nyerere is right in heaven. That's number one. Number two, personally as a historian, I think he has not been praised enough. And it is the duty of we, the young people, to start praising him. Lastly, I am the most happiest man under the sun right now to see that we are having a dialogue on a gentleman that left a legacy for the lifetime. I thank you very much and I wish you good luck.
Thank you very much. We've ended on a good note, and I think we recall that Nyerere would emphasize, I don't know, those who know Kiswahili very well, kazi na, you have to do something. You have to be engaged. So if you are a visitor, the first day you are a visitor, the second day, the third day, you're supposed to be given a home. That is the emphasis on using our intellect to actually address our problems. I would like to bring this to a close, but there were specific questions to the panel, especially Edwin. Did you, there was an issue on climate resilience.
Thank you very much. To the lady that asked a question about young people, youth involvement and climate action, first again, in agreement with the good professor here, please, the climate call is not a call for the young or for the youth or for the toddlers. It's a call for all of us, the old, the young, the youth, the children. I'm already teaching my 12-year-old daughter and 2-year-old boy about climate action. So it's not, it has nothing to do with gender, age. It attacks all of us, so it's a call for all of us. But in answering your question, I might take another 20 minutes, which I'm not going to do right now. As soon as I get off this platform, I'm going to have a moment with you. We'll exchange numbers. I'll show you how you can even be a part of the East African community on climate action for the youth wing, and we can talk more on that. To the lady, to the lady that was asking about what opportunities are available. For the young entrepreneurs in here, you can go into our website, Chamber for Young Entrepreneurs Uganda. You can be able to see how you can participate in what we're trying to do from our side of things. And to those of you that are in the area of climate, in honor of Ndugu Julius Nyerere, again, the Green Economy East Africa is championing quite a lot in that area. But ultimately what I can say, from all the words that have been said, the young man that has just spoken that we don't praise Julius Nyerere enough, what I can say is this. The one word I read about Ndugu Julius Nyerere was, he was a man that was incorruptible. Why is East Africa where it is majorly by a huge percentage? Corruption. So I think for me, if there's anything we can pay tribute to, and I'm not saying this because Right Honorable Ndugu Rugunda is here, but he's one man that one of the things I've learned from him is integrity. So if all our leaders, both the old and the young, can emulate the essence of integrity in all that we do and efficiency, then we will build a better East Africa and a better Africa at large in greater honor of men like Julius Nyerere. Thank you so much.
Very much. Here we are seated in the Yusuf Lule Auditorium. I'd like to give Lule just 1 second to say something.
Sorry, my name is...
We're talking about legacies here.
My name is Nora Lule, and I was very taken by the remarks that Edwin and Juanita pointed out. It's important for people in Uganda to think internationally. Before you start presenting yourself in another country, you have to get the operational platform right. And yes, the people who are getting it right are in the minority. And acceptance of mediocrity, it seems to be the norm. You get shouted down when you try to do things the right way, to come on time. People don't really understand that things have to work together as a jigsaw puzzle. So that's why when you get Ugandans leaving here to go abroad, they can only fit into certain roles. If they have to do something that is structured, they struggle because they're used to operating in a way that doesn't have an operational platform. So in that way, to be positive, yes, we have the intelligence, we have the ideas. I think we need to work on mentoring people to get them to understand that in order for their businesses to be international, they have to operate in an international way, not in a way that's local. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I'm by the names of Alobo Shalom, the College Vice Chairperson, Kayes, Makerere University. I was startled when Edwin spoke about innovation. It's something that came into my mind. I speak on the direction of the youth, other young youth. We have children who grow. Most likely I came across this young boy. He can connect things. A sprite radio, he can make it work. A bulb that is not functioning can make it function without doing anything. Your phone, you're having an issue to do with data. He's going to make the phone function without you buying data. He's someone who is too talented. But I was somehow disappointed. Towards A level, he was taken to do a course that is not related to what he is passionate about. So this goes to parents, because it's a parent paying and you have no say. So I believe that innovation comes best when you're doing something that you're passionate about. And here, amazing Uganda, we are living in a country whereby it's very possible to find an engineer in the hospital. It's very possible to find a doctor working as a data clerk. And it's very possible to find Miss Tourism Uganda, someone who has done accounting, is Miss Tourism, and people in that sector, in that field, is nowhere to be seen. And I believe that for innovation to be realized in a country, to be realized in Uganda, we should first of all have people who are in that field who are so passionate, and then you watch innovation flow in a country. So how can us Africans, how can us East African fight against these injustices that is happening, where a child knows something very well, but a parent can't allow them to do that? Where I feel like this thing works for me, but I'm not given that chance to do that. How can it be possible?
That's really powerful. I've been not managing time well, and I think Jnlc will never give me another chance to moderate. But I really would like to beg your indulgence. Having a former speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly in the room is no mean achievement. You're sitting and looking at all these countries. What do you want to tell us in terms of this theme now here? I know you are at the end, but we really want to have those feelers.
Thank you so much, moderator. The guest of honor and all the dignitaries, the panelists, colleagues and friends. La kwanza nataka kuomba mnisamehe. I would like to beg for forgiveness. I should have come here in time. It took me 3 hours to drive from Karuma to be here. We were trying to oppose nature by taking water from River Nile to the rest of the northern part of the country. And that's why I'm late. My utmost apology. That's not my character. And my sister, shame upon me indeed. But I was doing some other services. On behalf of, first and foremost, the University Council, I would like to welcome you to this great university. And would like to thank Doctor for the great work of steering the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center. We appreciate the difficult terrain you're riding on, and as the university, we pledge to stand with you. This is not a mini institution or achievement. We celebrate this leadership center, and at the university council, we've decided for you, the students, to join student leadership. You must go through student leadership training through this center, and that certificate will be required at the registration of your entering the campaigns to become a student leader. I like to express my disappointment. I expected this podium to be full. I wonder what is going on with the students. My dear friends, students, when you go back to your colleagues, tell them that the vice chairman of the university council said, shame upon you for not being here. This is a very serious conversation going on. I worked with a doctor to move around the East African community to popularize this thinking of Julius Nyerere Leadership Center. I was feeling exceptionally embarrassed because I belonged to a fellowship outside the East African community. I am a Tutor Fellow, Your Excellency. And the Tutor Fellowship is being handled by the African Leadership Institute and hosted by Oxford University. So I challenged my colleague, Doctor, that how best can we make sure the young people benefit from the great character that has been left behind by His Excellency Julius Nyerere, the Pan-Africanist, the great leader. I want to say thank you to learn that you've started a leadership fellowship program within the Leadership Center of Julius Nyerere. I would like to encourage you students and young people, enroll to become fellows in this center, to become Julius Nyerere Fellow. It is 1.5 year, I'm told, a program, and you are attached to several things. We must live the life of our hero. I would like to thank the person who said, it doesn't matter your age, yes, Prof, your time, and how much money, your color, or what your height is, but living the life that has been left behind by Julius Nyerere is the most important thing. Personally, I've been so privileged to have served as a student activist, as a youth activist, and as a member of parliament in Uganda and East Africa, promoting the ideals left behind by Julius Nyerere. To date, I pledge to you, I will live the life of Julius Nyerere. The simplicity, the honesty, the straightness, and the hard work that is left to us. I'd like to thank the person who stated that we must oppose our heroes ourselves. This name is bigger than any other name I can think of under the sun. But I think it is less exalted by the African people. We need to work hard, first of all, live his life and preach the gospel, the ideology, the value systems he has left behind. It hurts me as a former speaker of East Africa to learn that just simple goods like eggs, like grains, cannot be shared among the East because of simple matters of governance. I sat for 10 years in Arusha working to promote the borderless idea of integration. The problem is, and I appeal to our governments, can we put to practice what we have laid on the ground? We have the laws, we have the policies, we have everything. The people want the integration more than the governments. As Makerere University, we are practicing in our humble way. All East African students are known as local students. They're not international students. A Kenyan, now a Burundian, Rwandan, Tanzanian, Congolese, South Sudanese are all local students in this university. We appeal to other universities of East African community through the Inter-University Council to make sure East African students should not be treated as strangers in East Africa. And that's how we shall celebrate the borderless engagement. I'd like to thank you so much, private sector. This is your call. Let's not wait for government. We should not wait for annual engagement through symposium. Let's fund this center. Our senior, Julius Nyerere, must be turning in pain to know that this center lacked funding. That somebody sat somewhere on his desk and cut the funding of this center from some billion to just some simple money, made a more than 100% cut to making this center run, and that private sector are not contributing money to make this center powerful, to celebrate the ideals that has been left behind by our hero. I think the call is to all of us. Let's do our bit rightly and in time. My apologies again. Shame on me. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kidego. My panelists wanted to respond to a few things, make it snappy. I start with you.
I'm not responding to any question, but I just want to share with you something I think that is going to be very powerful. My father, Joseph Fario Babutiku, was the Katibu wa Raisi. What is Katibu in English? Pardon? Private secretary of Mwalimu Nyerere. He worked with him for about 30 years. So in one of his conversations with me, he told me he was standing with Chancellor, Mwalimu Nyerere was in a meeting with Chancellor Schmid. And Mwalimu Nyerere was complaining to Mr. Chancellor Schmid that, our farmers are very poor and we send a lot of resources, but a tractor is very expensive. Mwalimu was very logical, so he tried to give him the math and everything. And Chancellor Schmid told him, Your Excellency, I understand, but I can tell you this. We in Europe, in Germany, we have exhausted every other resource you know. But one thing we have not exhausted is this. So I'm challenging the youth today. If Chancellor Schmid then was telling us that they have exhausted everything, but they use this. So you, youth of Africa, my call to you is to use this triple. Use this. Don't, the problem with us youth, we think we know everything, especially with the education that we have. It gives us pomp, it gives us prestige, and we think that we are elites, but my friends, like Mwalimu, modest, he had 21 honorary doctorates, but he was Mwalimu. Simple, modest. So I challenge you with your degree, with your master, with your PhD, with I don't know what this world has given you. I challenge you for Africa's sake, for your children's sake, for your grandchildren's sake, for the generation, the next generation. Use this. Use this. All right? Thank you very much.
Yes, the next. Our dear student.
Thank you so much. There was a question about finding opportunities for the youth. And my father told me that if you're told that every blue car that you see on the road, you'll be given 100,000. And I know so much that when you go on the road, you will see more than 50 blue cars. Because opportunities are always there. We have to look for them. That's one thing I know. That in whichever area, in my college, when we were studying, there's a question which the professor asked us, which business do you think is mutually exclusive from the other? As long as you have the resources and every opportunity, you would find that there's no business that is mutually exclusive from the other. And one more last point is that I've grown up on a saying that a child is a parent of an elder. What you become when you grow at maybe 40, when you're 40 years, depends on what you went through when you were 10, 7 years. So if you want to become a business person, don't wait when you're a youth, 18 and above. Let's start from way down, creating a situation where, creating an environment where the youth of Uganda or the students of Uganda can get in touch with the students in Kenya or Tanzania through associations, exchange students. You can come from maybe a public university or a public institute into another public institute in another country, and then you create friendship, you see opportunities, and you come and implement them in the environment you're in. Thank you.
Thank you. Borderlessness is not just about governments, but about many other things that we can do as citizens. Juanita, do you have your parting shot?
Yeah, just one thing short. And I like what Professor said, that youthfulness is not a ticket to mediocrity, yeah? And I would like to just, if there's one thing you should go away with, there's a gentleman who said, when you're born, you look exactly like your parents. But when you go, you look like your decisions. We can decide to be a corrupt-free country. We can decide. I have lived a very modest life, and it's okay. It's simple, but it delivers result. So we can make the choice to turn around and rewrite our scripts and be proud, so that Nyerere can say, I left behind a team of people. So while you're praising Nyerere, you are here now. He's not here. What are you doing now to rewrite your script is the decisions you're taking right now that will make that when you die, that's what they'll remember about you. So let's make our growth look good by taking the right decisions right now.
If I had to look like my decisions, I think I wouldn't like it. But thank you for that powerful quotable.
I'm also answering the question about people the youth looking for opportunities. I can give you a few examples. There is the MasterCard Foundation that is sponsoring and giving grants to youth who have businesses. Within Bank of Uganda, where I work, there is the Small Business Fund. There is also the Agricultural Credit Facility. But besides that, I think we need to create opportunities for ourselves. We need to stop asking people to create opportunities for us. We need to look at social justice issues out there, even if they're not social justice issues. What is an issue that you, as a person, can tackle, rather than waiting for Martha and Bank of Uganda to come up with a solution to your problem? I can give you a really quick example. I have a mentee in Nairobi. She just started out at a hostel there, and she was desperately missing Ugandan food because Kenyan food is different from Ugandan food. And she was not allowed to cook in hostel. But someone in Uganda has set up a business in Kenya providing Ugandan food at cheap prices to people in hostels who are missing that home touch but are unable to get it there. So that is an opportunity that someone has seen and created for themselves. Let us stop waiting for people to look for us and help us. Let us help ourselves. Thank you.
Very much. As Africans, we talk about agriculture as the backbone of the economy for most of us. But actually, when you look at our countries, agriculture has been left for elderly women, and I repeat, elderly women. The young people, the men have abandoned, and actually we are living on the sweat of old women. Ambassador, you wanted to make a comment on youth and agriculture.
I wanted to share with young people. I know when I first came to Uganda, I didn't know that you produce the best coffee in the world. You don't drink it, you drink tea, you sell it, I don't know who you are selling to, but not to South Africa. We drink coffee 3 or 5 times a day. There's a coffee shop in every corner of the street in South Africa. So we are a big market for Ugandan coffee. Last month we had a big summit here that was called by the president, and we brought companies from South Africa. But the focus, President Museveni said, the focus must be agriculture and agri-processing. And I want to say to all these young people here, I know, like he was saying, he's not wearing a suit because he wanted to show you what he produces. I know many of you, you want to get your degree, go into an office, wear nice suits, and drive nice cars, and so on. Because you think working in agriculture will make you dirty, and is for laborers, people who have not been to school. It is for people who, old people like myself. Agriculture is a science. I think I'm talking to scientists here. But agriculture is a business. The richest people in South Africa, including Oppenheimer, they do agriculture. They produce, they add value to their produce, and they export food all over the world. Think about it. Everything will get finished. He said jobs will be changing in the next 30 years, but people will still eat. And people eat 3 times a day, minimum. That is business for farmers. So go into agriculture. We have young people in South Africa who are doing poultry farming, who are doing maize production, who are doing vegetables, and they are earning in millions of rands. Some of them now have got beautiful houses. Some of them now are driving big cars. And they go to Sandton. And when they meet other young people, they ask them, what do you work? They say, I'm a farmer. They can't believe it, looking at the big 4x4 that he's driving. So I want to say to young people, you have a very beautiful country, very green, there's water everywhere, very fertile. That is your gold mine. Go there, develop that agriculture, and make sure that you add value. Look at your pineapples. I've never seen such big pineapples. And pawpaw and avocado. You can produce avocado oil. You can produce sweet, very good fruit juice from your pineapple and sell all over the world, not only in the region. In South Africa, we don't have such pineapples there. And in fact, there's a Muganda who is actually exporting. But we need many more. We have shop right from Johannesburg to Cape Town. They are looking for whatever you can bring to fill their shops. So I'm just saying, let us all remember that agriculture is wealth, agriculture is a business, and you have the most fertile land. I've heard that people come from Europe and other countries and take some of your land, your soil, with them to use it wherever they are going. So use that soil to enrich yourself, to create jobs for many of your colleagues, and make sure that this country, in fact, this country cannot just feed Africa, you can feed the whole world. A friend of mine who has a farm in Mintiana, he is now exporting to Jordan, to South Africa, to Europe, pineapples. He has started with pineapples. So there are opportunities out there in agriculture, and I don't want to hear you tomorrow, no, I don't have a job, I must drive a border. Border is dangerous, eh? Farming is not dangerous. So please look at agriculture and agri-processing. That is an opportunity for you. And South Africa is a very big market. We're not only in South Africa, we're also in SADC. So we come to South Africa, we are selling to all those countries neighboring us. Thank you very much.
Ambassador, can I have your number, please? I think also what you're talking about has to connect with what Honorable Chidega talked about, a supportive policy, environment, the taxation regime, and so on, so that you are intentional about supporting this borderless kind of livelihood revival for especially the young people. I would like to see if there's any burning question. I think I've been sitting for too long and I'm becoming too comfortable. The food is getting set up, and for those who didn't have breakfast, to have brelupa, breakfast, lunch, and supper together.
I'm here.
Do you qualify as a young person? Because now I'm very serious.
Thank you very much, Professor. My name is Julius Muchunguzi. I am an East African. I'm an African. And I think Julius Nyerere would have edited this theme and called it Building a Borderless Africa, because that was his perennial aspiration. And today, before I came for this, I worked with Prime Minister Rugunda as his communications advisor, served as Prime Minister, and I continue to work in the communications sector. I saw a tweet that had some very good news, and I'm glad to see the ambassador, the High Commissioner of South Africa, represented in this room. And this, I want to read it. It is from the South African High Commission in Ghana. And it says, the High Commission of the Republic of South Africa has the honor to inform the Republic of Ghana that both governments agreed to implement the waiver for visa exemption for ordinary passport holders for a cumulative period of 90 days, and continues. That is good news that we should clap hands for, because it speaks to the spirit which Julius Nyerere, my namesake, and after whom I was named. Oh. Yes. And by sheer coincidence, on the 31st of December, of November 1999, when the revival of the East African community was signed, I happened to have been on my very first flight in my life to Dar es Salaam. So, the example shown by South Africa and Ghana is where we should be going. That a borderless East Africa is nothing unless we have a borderless Africa. And we should be aspiring towards that definition. Finally, I want to say that to achieve the vision that Julius Nyerere stood for and championed, we need an education system that actually supports an agenda that is Pan-African. And we want to ask the question, that to what extent do our educational institutions fashion our curriculum in a manner that cuts across borders? And I'm glad that Honorable Chidega, Right Honorable Chidega, has mentioned that all East Africans are seen as nationals, are locals in admissions in Uganda. And indeed that is a positive step. But we need to go beyond that. We need to see this reflected in our curriculum, in the courses that we teach, in a manner that is trans-border, transdisciplinary, across disciplines. Because at the end of the day, the challenges of our young people do not know borders. They also do not know academic disciplines. Because a young person who needs a job or an income or livelihood, does not matter whether you studied literature or medicine or engineering, you need to thrive. So I thought I should say this and thank South Africa and Ghana. They have set a good example. We should emulate it across the continent. And that is what Julius Nyerere would have wanted to see.
Thank you. I'm going to take only one. If you're a female, below 29. A female, below 29.
I'm just following up on the visa waiver. Visa waiver is not yet there. The two governments are still negotiating. Now, the IU Ugandans that are coming to the embassy and that is a waiver already. No, our governments are talking. Even now in September, set and discussed. Even now in October, they are going to be and discussed. So we must be patient. Kenya was patient and they waited, and there were certain conditions that we had to agree on, and those conditions were agreed to. So we have not finalized the talks with Uganda. I just want to clear that. But if you are doing business, like the friend I said is sending 700,000 pineapples to South Africa, we gave him 3 years visa, multiple entry. So if you are bringing investment, you are bringing a business, don't worry, you will get a long-term multi-entry visa. So we're doing it with Kenya, probably we'll be doing it soon with Uganda. We've been doing it with Tanzania. They are already sending their avocados to South Africa. So as long as you bring business, you come to the embassy and say, I am selling this, I'm selling coffee, I'm avocado, you will get a long-term visa so that you can come in and out and move with your goods. Thank you very much.
Yes, as I wait for the female below 29, where? Okay, that will be the last contributor. Yes, please make it brief.
Thank you very much. And as you can see, I'm definitely below 28. I stand on the protocol existing already, and I will start with being ashamed. She has gone, but definitely keeping time is a must, except that sometimes we are overwhelmed with different responsibilities in different places, almost at the same time. But I'm ashamed. Mine is very simple. Dr. Susie, this young man seated next to me used to have a program here some years back called the Introduction to East Africa Society. And definitely our curriculum in the Ministry of Education needs to be better, needs to be pro-Africa, needs to speak, walk, talk, and think Africa. I can't believe that up to now, our students at the A level, European history is like compulsory. Why can't we have African history compulsory? And I'm glad I'm speaking when I have the most trusted person here to help us push this. Number 2, Mwalimu, Mwalimu, Mwalimu. Some of us are so blessed to have been at close range with Mwalimu. To an extent that when you think deep, you feel like crying. That commitment, the personal responsibility to Africa, the focal point to him was Africa. The step he made was Africa. But what are we doing about that? We as Africans. I'm happy and lucky that I was among the first trackers for the East African community when we started. Ndugu at least can bear witness when they used to call us the noisemakers. And I'm so blessed to be in the footsteps of those great mothers who started the Pan-African Women Organization as far back as the 1940s. With no technology that makes life easy. My daughter here, when she was talking, her father, he's my brother in Pan-Africanism. Why? because we share the same views. Somebody talked about the mind, the brain, it's you again. We talk about the mindset, but what are we changing the mindset to? From what to what? Mine is a go home note. It is a personal issue. It is a personal commitment, personal focus, personal responsibility, and consistency to walk the talk. When you go to Kenya and somebody says, Mimi Mkenya, so what? Here in Uganda, somebody is too proud to be her tribe. Excuse me, some of us are mileage ahead. My sister here, the High Commissioner, is a member of the Pan-African Women Organization. And we have one big family that in 2020, I was elected the Secretary General, Ndugu, unopposed. And the members of my region were only 3. But the rest of the region recognize what we share and what we cherish. Okay, and my daughter, and of course the young generation. When we see you here, all is not lost. You are not yet there, but all is not lost. Just correct yourselves. What you hear here, go home and revise. Go home and revise and think where you've lost it and correct yourself. It's never too late. Like we fought for revival of East African community, in 2018, for the first time, we took our eminent mothers to Addis Ababa. Mama Maria Nyerere, Mama Kenyatta, Miria Obote, those eminent women. We have a young lady, the first African journalist who was in Mau Mau. She's 96 today. She's writing books about human trafficking. Then what about you youths? What about you? Doesn't such a woman challenge you? Don't I challenge you when my life has been borderless? I didn't have to wait for the policies of government. I did not. And talking about entrepreneurship, I was a young girl when we went to exile. And my mother was among those first women who did community development, and they were doing very good tie and dye. But the more I helped her to tie, the more I realized that there could be a better market. Ndugu, if you remember that Muzungu shop in Nairobi called the African Heritage, run by a white lady. I walked into her shop once with my mother's tie and dyes, 20 pieces, and I told her, Mama, aren't these very beautiful? I walked out with an order. Our exile life changed.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Think and think hard. But when you think, make a personal commitment and make it a responsibility and focus on it and walk the talk. We shall get there. Thank you. I didn't introduce myself. Major Grace Cavallo, I'm the Secretary General of the Pan-African Women Organization, and I love you all in the African culture.
Young people, I hope you're getting those numbers. We have two mics, the last ones, the 29 and director here, twin.
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Mwalimu Nyerere. I am the Vice President of International Student Association at Uganda Christian University main campus. My question is, or rather just something to pass out. Since we are talking about the borderless borders, as international students, when we come to Uganda, we pay much more than the national students. So my question is to the leaders, is there any solutions to face us? Because when we are coming to Uganda, we are paying much more money as the nationals. You can find we are paying like 1 million more than the nationals. So is there any solution for that? And also, mine is just say thank you for the panelists for the good work that you've done. Thank you. But I still have to pass this to one of my colleagues to continue with the questions.
We are done with the questions. Finally, we'll have a word from Dr. James Nkata, the Director General of UMI, as I said before, in that interest or spirit of Ubuntu and of Uganda.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think I have 2 points. One, I'd like to hear from the younger people how technology has demystified borders. With technology, we no longer have borders. Now, if we no longer have borders with technology, what's the problem now? 2, I would like to hear about the younger people, whether they know what we call strategy. If you are to move to any direction, you must have a strategy. And then you must identify the functional areas of the strategy. We are transiting towards a borderless world through technology. Now, how do we Ugandans, East Africans, place ourselves in that transition journey? How have we strategized? You see, Madam Chair, just 1 minute. Our agenda for a borderless East Africa is too congested. There are so many things in it that you cannot achieve them at a go. You must identify which areas do you emphasize first that can trigger off the emergency of other areas. Our problem in Africa, especially with African leaders, is that we want to see things happening in our lifetime. Nyerere never did that. He's not seeing things now that he initiated. He's already a dead man. But how come the legacy of Nyerere is still living? Because he never worked to see things happening in his lifetime. He was strategic. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. That marks the end of our interaction. Thank you very, very much, our panelists. Another round of applause again. Our guest, chief guest, the Right Honorable Dr. Honorable Rugunda. Thank you for staying and listening to the various voices on these issues from diverse people, young, old, women, men, and I think one of the things that we've been reminded of is that we could have revised the title to remove that East Africa Mashariki and just say Africa, which means that all African students would cease to be international. That would make us fall in a rating. I think the vice chair is worried about that the number of foreign students, international students would go down, but we would have something else to raise. I would like to hand over to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Joseph, for moderating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Guest of Honor, we are very grateful. We want to apologize for the time. I know sometimes it's very difficult for young people to get an opportunity to sit in a room that has the Director General of UMI, Honorable Mwesije, Honorable Kidega, the High Commissioner of South Africa, the Right Honorable Gunda, and all the distinguished persons. You want them to maximize on the opportunity, because some people even traveled from very far. And we've even had an engagement, and the High Commissioner has been so kind even to take on some questions and respond. One time, one of the things I admire about with President Museveni is that the way he approaches his issues. When they had just liberalized education in this country, people flooded this university, and we had no space. So people were sitting in the doorway, in the windows, and all over the place. So the president visited the university, and the question was put to him that you liberalize education, see what is happening. People are studying by rumors. And he said, you see, people are running away from poverty, from ignorance, and coming to university. So if they are studying in the windows, let them get half a dose. We shall improve. Today we have such a facility, and the university has improved, and there's too much space. So as we are opening the borders, as the negotiations are continuing to finalize the details, I would wish to suggest that we use President Museveni's advice and approach. Let us open. We shall rectify as we go along the way. Because the people are already flooding the embassies, which means they need to move. And one of the challenges we have is that we need to, with all this borderless world now, if we do not influence the young people into the direction that Africa needs to go, Africa may look for them and they can never find them. So we think that this is a big opportunity, and we want to thank Julius Nyerere Leadership Center. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our first segment, and we wish to break up for lunch. I would wish to advise the students we are going to have lunch we'll be guided. We shall use the exit doors, and the rest of our panelists and guests, we are going to be ushered by the ushers. So I want to invite Dr. Susie to lead us into the next segment, but we are very grateful that we have been able to have the students should remain. Dr. Susie will usher our guests. We continue being very grateful that you have made time and sat with us here. We apologize for the time, and like I said in the beginning, sometimes the words of the elders guide us. The late Samba Mugera told us that if you fail the time, manage the program. So we are still managing the program, and we hope we shall manage the program very well. Thank you very much, and karibu for lunch.
Hello? May I request that we reconvene? May I request that the Nyerere team helps me reconvene people? If you're still outside, please get back. We are not doing well on time. And the fact that we are not doing good on time, we are likely to lose the program. So may I request that we reconvene? Somebody lost their keys. If you lost keys, I have keys here. They are on a brown key holder with the letter M. Anybody who has lost their keys, please reach out to me before you begin destroying your padlocks. So may I request that we have everybody back into the room? Can we have the students back? If you're still in the lunch room, please get back. We have to start, and time has been made an issue. If you fail to manage time, chances are that you will lose so much. And you are likely to lose words of wisdom if we stay in the lunch for so long. Can somebody help me usher people back? We need a whip. We have just been overemphasizing that people should be ashamed of failing to keep time. And the High Commissioner is back. The speakers are here, and some people are still outside. So welcome back from the lunch. We continue with our program, and we have made some changes because of time. We still strive to ensure that we handle all the items, at least the substance of all the items we had planned for. And this afternoon, we are going to kick off our session on Kiswahili, a language of unity and a key to building a borderless East Africa. Professor Boaz Mtunji is going to lead us from the School of Languages. The idea that people communicate, even the keynote speaker spoke about it. We may realize that our people are communicating, but we have not focused on language as a key. So we are going to have Professor Boazi, who will address us for about 10 minutes. We unfortunately do not have Dr. Levi Maseruka and Dr. Simba. They are not here with us. We had a Swahili poem, which we are not going to run as a poem, but we have a televised contribution from Mr. Gabriel Karasani. He's a Tanzanian who is also going to be speaking about using digital or digitalizing our borderless ideas. Thereafter, we are going to have a panel of Dr. Charles Bate is here, Dr. Gardner is here, we have Joram will also join this panel, and Mr. Ivan Sebastian. After that panel, we shall go into a review and highlighting the legacy of Julius Nyerere and a gift to the unity of the East African region. It's important that we highlight the legacy of Julius Nyerere with the idea that this generation can also get some infection of his aspirations. Many times, unless people are infected in the mind, they cannot move. In one of our lessons in philosophy, they told us about a virus, that people must be infected with a virus called the need for achievement virus. When you infect that in their minds, they begin working hard. And the philosophers who proposed that philosophy were that when people do not have a high infection of achieving, they are contented with very little. As soon as they achieve some lunch, they say, I've got some food. They go home. And he urged countries to ensure that people are continuously infected with the virus, which he called the need for achievement virus. And it is infected through engagements, through media, through talk shows. So we hope that through this session, in trying to understand Nyerere's legacy, it will be an endeavor to infect some of you with aspirations that Nyerere stood for. So Professor Boaz is here. I don't know if the technical team is ready with Gabriel's presentation. We should be starting now, and others will be joining us. Then after that, we are going to go into our panel. Can I request the Julius Nyerere team to please make sure that people get back to the room? I don't want to remind you that we are going to be ashamed again. Sorry? The panelists are here. We start, otherwise we can't continue working like that airline that flies for only 4 hours and you book it for a meeting. And 30 minutes to the flight they announce, ding, 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 ding. There's a delay in the flight and you think it is 20 minutes. From 4 o'clock they say it's flying at 11 p.m. Then at 11 they announce another delay. So we don't want to be like that. So I think I would wish to invite Professor Boazi. And we also have a message which is going to be relayed. Thereafter we shall go into the panel discussion. Okay. So without wasting time, I will invite Professor Boazi to come and lead us into a discussion on Kiswahili, a language of unity and a key to building a borderless East Africa. The High Commissioner said she thought every Ugandan spoke Kiswahili, and she was very surprised. But we have Professor Boaz.
Coincidentally, it reflects on the theme of this year's symposium.
Oh, please, before you broadcast that, we are yet here. We have Mr. Joseph Tusingwire. He's doing a PhD in Kiswahili. He's going to join as a panelist. Since we have had some changes, initially he was to moderate, but we're now going to tap into his work. Karibu sana. Please take up your seat. Yeah, feel free. So I think I will hand over to Professor first. He will make his remarks, then we shall have Joseph, then have an interaction on this session. Professor Boaz.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In Kiswahili we would say asante. Good afternoon, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, as you've heard, Boaz Mtunji. I work with the Department of African Languages, Makerere University. I am a proud teacher of an African language called Kiswahili. I've taught that language for almost 3 decades. I've taught at secondary, I've taught at university. So I have some knowledge about it. I can speak it. Much as Her Excellency says, we are few. Yes, we are few, but we are growing. And soon, I'm sure we shall get there. Yes, Kiswahili, as we talk about Mwalimu J.K. Nyerere, if there is any area that I would say he has been most successful, it has been with the use and utilization of Kiswahili. And talking about the use and development of Kiswahili and using it for unity purposes, if we look at the United Republic of Tanzania, which in actual sense has records say about 130 languages, which means it would be really diverse in nature, linguistically and ethnically. But Mwalimu Nyerere succeeded at a very big percentage by making the use of Kiswahili to unite Tanzania. No wonder it's called the United Republic of Tanzania. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Because when you go to Tanzania, it's really one country. Despite the number of languages, despite the biggest, bigger than many of our East African countries, but that it is a purely united country. And one of the tools and means that were used by Mwalimu was the use of Kiswahili. So Kiswahili is a tool for unity. It can be a tool for identity, but that it can also bring about unity and sustainable development. So if Uganda, if Tanzania, Kenya, the rest of the African countries particularly East African countries, could borrow the magic, I would call it the magic, used by Nyerere to unite Tanzania, then would be very well moving in the right direction as far as the East African community, Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, is concerned. And looking at the Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, JAM as we say in Kiswahili, it is, its motto is one people, one destiny. One people, one destiny. In other words, looking at all the East Africans, almost 300 million now with the addition of DRC, almost 300 million, which is a big market, which is a big population, which can stand and can be counted. The best appropriate vehicle to use to deliver all the objectives of the community is by the use of Kiswahili. So I stand to say that yes, the community is taking steps. Apparently, there is, as one of the organs of the community, there is the East African Kiswahili Council. Kiswahili tunasema ni kama kamisheni ya Kiswahili ya Afrika Mashariki, which is supposed to bring together and coordinate the use and development of Kiswahili in East Africa. Fortunately, some of the countries, especially Kenya and Tanzania, they are at a higher level of understanding and knowledge and development of Kiswahili, so that they can lead the way, especially Tanzania. They can lead the way in the development of Kiswahili. If we talk about teachers, if we talk about other resources, I have been in Dar es Salaam for my PhD, but that the kind of resources that they have at Dar es Salaam is really richly endowed by the professors of Kiswahili, by the Tataki, the Institute of Kiswahili Research. Everything is there. But that now, what I am happy about Tanzania, possibly as a result of Nyerere's legacy, they are open to us. They are willing to be our big brothers in terms of the development of Kiswahili, even by putting resources, by the way. For example, I know they have, we have a mobility program where other countries in the East African community can go, like staff in the universities, professors, they can exchange. We go to Tanzania and we learn more. They are very willing. Even they come here, we go there. But the most important thing is, how can we use Kiswahili as a vehicle for the development, for the unity, and the borderlessness of East Africa? Because when you have a language which can identify you as a true East African, I'm happy. Her Excellency talked about Kiswahili. She thought when she came that Kiswahili was understood by East Africans particularly, because that's our identity. But unfortunately, us, the Ugandans particularly, we are lagging behind for some historical reasons, for some cultural and attitudinal reasons. We are lagging behind, but I'm happy the government has taken steps now. Kiswahili has become compulsory at lower secondary. There has always been a challenge, which I think wasn't really practical, that we do not have teachers. But I can tell everybody that we have teachers of Kiswahili. Even before we go to borrow from Tanzania and Kenya, Kiswahili teachers are there in Uganda. Because universities, and we have about 20 of them teaching Kiswahili now. Other institutions, they are all teaching Kiswahili. We have, I can say there are about almost 10 PhDs in Kiswahili now in Uganda. Masters, maybe 100. So in terms of resources, we are not doing poorly, but that there is something to do with attitude, to some extent that we've been described as Ugandans as a limping country, a special needs country. Actually, that's what they call us. We are called a special needs country in terms of the use and application of Kiswahili. Despite our steps, despite our whatever we are doing, we are still a special needs country. And you may wonder that now if you were to grade Kenya and Tanzania, Tanzania and Kenya, the order may not matter, but they are already there. And Rwanda has taken steps already, started later than us. Burundi has already Kiswahili as a national language. Rwanda is already been declared by their constitution as an official, one of the official languages. Congo, it's an official language, and as well as a national language. Kenya and Tanzania, it's there. So if Kiswahili, which by the way is used by over 150 million, of course majority of them are in East Africa, but 150 million speakers of Kiswahili is a big advantage. Tanzania is already united. If we add Kenya, and now parts of Congo, the eastern part, Burundi is doing well, Rwanda is speaking faster, South Sudan has also started. So we need to do better and improve. And I'm sure if Kiswahili became the language of East Africa, used by the people, the ordinary people, because the community at political level, they are doing their thing, but then can the ordinary person who lives in Kenya and Tanzania talk and trade with a Ugandan, not through any translation? I'm happy someone has talked about technology, but even technology may need is using a particular language, because you will need to communicate, you will need to talk. So I call for now upon all of us who want to call ourselves East Africans, because I can look at a time when we are going to be a federation and we shall be called East. I will say I'm an East African and ask you, are you an East African? The identity basically is that you can speak that language of the East African community, which is Kiswahili. Fortunately, Kiswahili, you do not have to be the specialist in terms of the grammar, in terms of the vocabulary, but as long as you can communicate with somebody, understand each other, and proceed. You go to Tanzania, somebody was saying Kenyans wanasema wanataka, Tanzania nakwambia unaomba. When I had first reached in Dar es Salaam, I would say, can I have this? Of course, I'm following the English. Naomba, you would say, I would like, ningependa. Mpaka wakaniambia hapana, hata kupenda kwako lazima uombe. So mpaka nikaanza kusema ninaomba. And I was feeling really proud about it. So I call upon all of us, let's learn Kiswahili. It's a very polite language, and I like what we take it for in Uganda. Tanzanians are the most hospitable people. Tanzania, yes, we can clap. Mtanzania hawezi kusema maneno mawili matatu bila kusema asante. Even when you greet him atakwambia asante. You pay him his, even if you give him his, what belongs to him atakwambia asante. Unasema, you say, can I pass here? Anakwambia asante. So please, that's very unique, and if we can take that, really, it will take us far. And we shall be a united country. And I think one of the other issues, Mr. Moderator, that some people say Kiswahili may be a killer language for our languages, but it's not true. It's not true, especially if we can have good policies, language planning and policy. Fortunately, Uganda, we are doing very well there, because for us, we talk about a trilingual Ugandan, a Ugandan who can speak his or her local language We are teaching them here at Makerere at the Department of African Languages. We have African languages. Luganda is being taught, Runyashitari is being taught. We are bringing on Rusoga, Rugisu, Ruo, African languages. Yes, have them, because you can communicate locally. As an identity, you are first identified as an individual. You are identified as a local community, maybe your language. Then you become a national. For now, Uganda maybe. And then, of course, we are talking about the wider communication at East African level. So if you can speak to your people locally in an African language, then talk about the region now, beyond the local area, so that you can speak Uganda, you can speak any other language locally. But then what if I go to Kenya? I'm happy His Excellency, the President, is building, the government of Uganda is building roads across the Congo, but if those roads are put there, with all the money that has been put in, but we can't move to Congo and get that business, it would be unfortunate. So, but that to go to Congo, you'd need a language, so that you are unified, you are doing business, and we are developing something out of the East African community for ourselves. So I was saying you can have your local language, acceptable, it's in the Constitution. You can have Kiswahili, a regional language, and an international language. By then, if you have 3 languages, you would be done. But that as an East African, where we are going, certainly, some parts of Uganda where they say, Kiswahili, hatutajifunza, we won't speak. But then we are missing out. I'm afraid, and it's researched on, that Ugandans are missing on some of the East African opportunities, East African community opportunities, because of lack of knowledge about Kiswahili. We can't. And we go out and miss out. I know, I've seen very many DRC ladies come here selling their items. They can't speak any other language apart from Lingala and Kiswahili. I've seen Tanzanian ladies through Mutukura here. They come with their vitenge, hawajui Kiswahili, they don't know English, Ruganda, but they want to sell it to you, and then you fidget. Shilingi 10. Nakwambia asina. But that if you knew that language, that common language, a language of East Africa, and a language of Africa, by the way, now an international language after all, would do great. And would be there, and would be far away in terms of employment. Yes, Ugandans. For the thing, thank you, Mr. Moderator.
For that detail, I think before we open up, let's have Joseph also giving us some remarks in about 7 to 10 minutes. 5 minutes will be enough. Then we can open up and move into the next part.
Yes, asante. Yes, asante sana, moderator. My name, as I said, is Joseph Tsingwire, the pioneer of PhD in Kiswahili here at Makerere University, a part-time assistant lecturer at Chambogo University of Kiswahili. By saying that among the things I love in this world is Kiswahili, because all my years, 1999, have been in Kiswahili, up to the level of getting the PhD, which I'm struggling to get. But where did I get that courage? People were saying, this man, among the things in this world to study, a language. People are struggling with chemistry, you are doing a language. Why? But when God was creating, He created a man and put him in this world. He never said, this is what you will live on. people didn't know that one person can survive in Swahili, another one can survive in literature, another one can survive in chemistry. I continued to love Swahili when I started reading the books which were by Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, especially the Mabepari wa Venice, the Merchant of Venice, which was translated by him. The other people struggling with it in English, I found it was very simple to understand it in Swahili. Today when you ask me which is the simplest language to use, I use the Swahili. So some people will, you know, that in the African community, following the recommendations of our Babu is Babu wa Kiswahili, the grandfather of Kiswahili in East Africa, other than Nyerere. Even he was telling us that age, we should not think about age. I'm still young. No. We should act now. It is very bad to be a tourist in your home. It is very bad to be a tourist in your home country. We are talking about East African community, removing the borders. Here, if I tell a person who has Uganda here to go and trade in Kasese, atakwama. From Bunyoro, sell his tomatoes in Kisoro, because in Kisoro they are speaking Rufumbira, the other side they are speaking Runyoro, and therefore there is no language. Become tourist. When you go there, you only become a foreigner within Uganda. A Muchiga coming to Uganda will also be a foreigner in Uganda. When you start saying, I want this, they look at you. This is a Muchiga. To me, kwangu, when I go anywhere, I speak Swahili. Then they start saying, this is a soldier. Swahili. Some people you have the other attitude. Kiswahili ni lugha ya wezi. That is a language for thieves, which the youth should remove from their brain and have a new mindset that this is a language which will save us, which will help us to get employment outside here. If not, you remain a tourist in Uganda, you remain a tourist in East Africa, and again you remain a tourist in Africa, which is your homeland. So, the youth who are still studying, don't look at your own savior. Of recently, there was an advert for Mengo Hospital. They were saying we want a doctor, but knowing Swahili is another advantage. And people who are still in the campus, when they see somebody in the Department of Languages, this from here, maybe you are a community development officer, then you start an organization and you survive in it, teaching the community the language. So let us not look at Swahili as a language for teachers. Let us not look at Swahili as a language for thieves, as people were thinking. I hope I have not stolen anything in Uganda. And I'm on what? On Swahili. So let us start now. Somebody is saying, I'm already old. How will I start? Normally, we talk learn this. Then they also reach there and tell people, learn this. The other also tells others, learn Swahili. They are talking, they are not acting. Huu ndio wakati wa kutenda, wa kuanza kufanya kazi ya kuzungumza Kiswahili. It becomes funny, a day like this one, where we are remembering late Julius Nyerere, who introduced Swahili, and we conduct everything in English. Yes? Tungekuwa na mtu wa kuzungumza Kiswahili kila siku, ili watu wakiwa wanapita pale wajue kwamba hii ni legacy ya nani? Ya Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. Actually, from the center, we are supposed to start Swahili throughout, because that is the language which unites the staff itself. So that we don't know this is the Munyankole, this is the Muganda, we find we are all speaking Swahili. A foreigner who will join us will not know this is the Muganda, this is the Munyankole, this is what. Tutakuwa mtu mmoja. Therefore, to heads of institutions, let us encourage every student to learn Swahili. I myself have written to many institutions, including our partner institution, Uganda Management Institute. I wrote there so they can involve those administrators, those managers, those leaders in what? In Kiswahili. So that at least you can have Kiswahili kidogo cha kuomba chakula. You can ask for food. You can ask for where you are going. Because in most cases, these leaders we are seeing in Uganda, me, I am like a mobile teacher. I teach, I go in the electoral commission, they call me. I got a challenge when I went to Tanzania, I failed to communicate. What can I do? Call me. Training for 2 weeks. Trainings for a month. Then he continues and start. So one of the most problems with our leaders now, when they go out, they get a challenge. That's when they come. Oh, I wish I had known. I would have learned before going there. So this is the time to the youth. Before you get that challenge, start learning now so that you don't regret why you are missing such opportunities of becoming, of socializing with others outside East Africa. In conclusion, I'm saying, members, the gospel you are picking from here, the legacy we are picking from our Bible, let it not remain in our minds alone. Let it share it with others, and let us act. If we are talking about a country or a community where there is free trade, let us tell others, let us promote it. If it is one language, let us promote it. If it is corruption-free, let us not start receiving that, what we call kitu kidogo. And Ugandans are good at learning Swahili. They know that word. Every person, when you say kitu kidogo, he knows, except if you are not in Uganda. Even those who are not in school, when you say, I have given kitu kidogo, they know the meaning. But they can't add on other words. Therefore, members, let us work, let us bring people on board. Since we have already got this institute, this leadership center, let us bring people from South Sudan. They are also have challenges like us Ugandans. Some parts of Congo, they don't speak Swahili, but I know they will be coming to our learning center here to learn Swahili, since our director said we have to begin Swahili. I wish to end here, and I thank you for everything. Shukran sana.
Thank you very much, Joseph and Professor Boazi, for giving us that insight. As we're talking about a borderless East Africa, language is going to become very critical. Unless we are going to talk about the opportunities that come with East African integration, the 150 million people that are in this market, unless you can communicate to them, we are likely to be losing out. And I think they have also pitched out the centrality of people taking this up when they still can, before it is too late. It is also good to know that the capacity is here now. That idea that we do not have teachers is not anymore. We have the teachers and these people to act on learning Kiswahili. Before I open up, we have a broadcast on using technology. Somebody is supposed to relay a message from Gabriel Karasan. He's also somebody at the machine. How do we use technology? He's trying to advise us on using digital. But you're not going to be on TikTok when majority of people are following Swahili and you're speaking English. Which means that even if you are to use TikTok, language is going to become very important. So we can have the message now, then we can have 2 or 3 questions.
Well, let me begin. By saying how happy I am to let me begin by saying
Salam. I'm here in Kyoto attending the Internet Governance Forum, and coincidentally, it reflects on the theme of this year's symposium. Interconnected people. The world is one. Humanity is one. As I quote Aristotle, there exists a whole that's greater than the sum of its parts. And I believe this is the angle we should go for as we think of this year's symposium. Africa as a continent has pillars, has values, traditions, and a culture of openness, friendliness. So when I say salam, when I say asante, I am talking to my people. What we need to do is integrate, be together, and unify on these principles, because everything is important, everything is accessible, and this is what I really wanted to say. The philosophy of access to humanity, access to each other, and access to this is what makes it possible. And now, in a very technological driven world, we are free to be accessible. So please, let's be open, let's have this dialogue, let's be interconnected in the best ways possible, in the ways where we can push Africa to the Africa and the narrative we want. Thank you very much. I am Karsan. I'm sorry I could not be there, but I hope you enjoy your symposium.
Thank you very much. That was Gabriel Karsan. He was supposed to be part of this discussion, and he's in Tokyo at the moment. So he sent us a recorded message, which we have relayed. I want to thank him very much, and also learn from him that we can still use technology and language to promote our philosophies and promote African development. I think I would like to open up for about 2 or 3. I'll start with 1, 2, 3. Can I have somebody help with the mic? Unfortunately, I'm seated in a way that I cannot see whether there are any hands this side. Is there any hand this side? I can't see anyone, but okay. There are some hands this side. So we'll take 3 here, and we'll take 3 here. We'll begin this side. Yes.
Well, thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Regan Mwebesa. I'm a student at Chambogo and the current Minister for Justice at Chambogo. I do believe one of the best ways a youth or a student can package themselves in the recent times is learning Kiswahili. But when you try to create a blend of the packaging, there is still a lot on a youth packaging themselves with language and personality. So I do seek to be guided in line with how best, besides having the language known, can someone present themselves for these opportunities. Because we are told all the time that opportunities come to those that seek them, but at the end of the day, the limitations span from personality to language, and at the end of the day, we end up missing out. So I seek to really be guided that besides having in the blend of the language, how can I best package myself for opportunity not skip me? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We can have the second person, then you bring it to the third.
Well, thank you so much. My name is Ronald Otim. I am a student of international relations at Gulu University. I'm glad to be here, and I'm so proud for the presentation that you have made. But you have spoken a lot about the things that you mentioned to be attitudinal reasons behind people hating the Swahili language in this country, which I think is still something standing. It's not yet dead. It is still there. If you go up country and all across this country, people are still threatened. People think that Kiswahili language is a language that is used as a mean of brutality, which may not be the case in any way, but I've seen this practically during times of wars, during times of civil wars. I would like to know from you, because you already said that the team from the East African community has made a council and that they're trying to work to ensure they popularize Kiswahili language all across the countries within the East African region. How far have you gone with this? And you also said something that caught my attention when you said you're not doing bad when it comes to when it comes to issues of coverage. I would like to, of course, not follow that line of thinking, because I come from an uptown, from up country, and if you go to various schools across this up country, Kiswahili is still not a thing. If you go to high school and most of the primary school, it's still very, very rare to see teachers of Kiswahili doing their duties there. So I would like to really understand from you, if you have some statistics in regard to that, you let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have Stella?
Thank you very much, moderator, and I appreciate all the speakers and the sentiments they've made about the Swahili language. I just wanted to throw in a few words concerning the language of Swahili and the possibility of popularizing the language. We only market what we love. We only share what we love. We only share what we're passionate about. And one of the struggles that Africans have gone through is that they were colonized and they were told what they are, what they represent is ugly. And so we rarely spend time talking about ourselves. We rarely spend time talking about the good things that we represent. If we wanted to talk about those things, the best language to speak about those things would be Swahili or Hausa, one of the most popular spoken languages. And we would use that language to communicate our attire, to communicate our cuisine, to communicate to each other, and to speak to other people. I'll draw our attention to the Germans and the French, who have refused to speak any other language. As a matter of fact, if you want to go to their country, as a precondition to visiting, you must study the language before you visit them. Maybe it's about time we get ourselves to that place where we insist that our conversations, even when we know English, will be spoken in Swahili, so that anybody who's sent to Africa as an ambassador comes in here with knowledge, at least basic knowledge of the language. When we start making those kinds of requirements, it will then, the impetus will then be on governments to drive their agenda. But number two, let us heal ourselves of self-hate. We do not realize it's not something we see on a daily basis, but there's so many things about ourselves that we don't like, and we shouldn't dislike them. We were taught to dislike them. Because when we do, then we will use the right language to communicate those things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we move this side? I think there was a hand here. We also have another one here. And you help me identify the third person.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank the panelists for really inspiring us, starting the ball rolling. You know, most often than not, people assume that we don't have Ugandans who have taken time to study Swahili. And when you talk about Swahili, okay, Swahili for that matter, they say now you must be able to import somebody from Tanzania or Kenya. But when you hear scholars in the language, I think that's inspiring enough. Number two, I want to go a little bit in history. In 1979, we had the Liberation War here in Uganda. And believe me or not, when the Tanzanian young fighters went back, they left many children around here. Somebody asked why? They came with that persuasive tone of Swahili. And they were talking, when they could greet, you could feel them part of you. And you know, in the African culture, that one ends too. And indeed, we have many progenies out of that liberation war. And they are part of us here. Therefore, I've been saying, when I research and say, where did they pick that kind of tone? Most of them came from the National Service Unit of Tanzania. They are not into the regular army. Those are the ones who liberated us. Then I say, can't we borrow a leaf from what Tanzanians did? And then we establish Swahili in various national service centers, so that now our young people go there, they learn skills in Swahili, they learn all these other technologies and that kind of thing. Then they come into the population. And when they talk into the population will be inspired, start talking Swahili, because Swahili will be delivering the transformation that we are talking about. I want to agree with Madam who talked about, you take something which you love. It does not, it's not enough so that you are teaching Swahili in the curricula. Yes, people learn it, but will they uptake the language? I don't think that's not enough. That will not deliver the desirable uptake of Swahili. We should look at various windows that can be able to appetize the young people into Swahili. And one of them, I think I want to agree that if we establish a robust national service program, that will be another good center where we shall now acculturalize the young people into Swahili and so that it becomes part of their society. Today, there are many programs that our government is taking to the population, developmental programs. How I wish that now somebody who is talking about parish development model at the parish level is communicating to the population in Swahili, teaching them in Swahili. And incidentally, it's not very difficult. It's not very difficult at all. But we could pair that category of Ugandans who will go and popularize developmental programs in Swahili. Then population say, yes, this is the quickest way of taking up the language and communicating, so that now they can become now a country or a nation beyond borders. So I believe the programming must be rethought. We must rethink on how we can make Swahili very inspirational and be able to motivate the entire population. Let it not only be at the center of education, but the population. When we look at now how English was taught into our population, yes, the school system went along the way, but also within the grassroots windows, vents, it was done like that. So I want to propose that let us rethink and see how we can take that path to popularize Swahili and make it very interesting to be uptaken by population. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next two? I will request you to make it brief. A gentleman right here. Please make it brief.
Thank you so much, moderator. I want to thank our invited guests and the panelists for this inspirational commemoration of Julius Nyerere's history. I wanted to know more about in a goal to make a borderless East Africa. I see Kiswahili as a prerequisite, because Kiswahili, of course, a language is something which can create hostelessness and motherly interaction, especially people who are not known to each other or have never met. But some of you guys, you realize that we missed the chance of studying Kiswahili in secondary because it wasn't compulsory, or we didn't have teachers to teach it. So, and we could really love it. You say that you saw a job advert of a medical doctor being advertised, but the one with Kiswahili having an extra advantage. I personally am a medical student of King Caesar University in third year MBCHB, and a Minister of Gender Ethics and Integrity. So I wanted to know which strategies have you laid for some of you guys who could have missed the chance of studying Swahili in the secondary and now at the university of learning Kiswahili. If they are there, let us be aware about them. If they are maybe free in some areas, we are ready to learn. If they need some kind of maybe small tuition to pay, we are ready to pay. So wanted to know how best can we catch up so that we are not lost along the way. Because we have seen that really a borderless East Africa will be more fruitful than you actually think, especially in the coming years. If I divert to medical fraternity, to draw back in the around July, we saw a drama of the medical interns becoming more than what actually the government can absorb. So we saw a period of sluggishness about deploying them. But if we create a borderless East Africa, you see that some of our medical interns can go to Kenya or Tanzania, practice, get licenses, or get employed there. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You can have the third person. As we ask for the opportunities that are being created for us, we should also ask ourselves, what opportunities are we striving for ourselves? Because now that we know that the market is big and that you can go to Kenya, are we preparing ourselves? What initiatives can we make on our part? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kenneth Henry Kanyike. I am the Director of Projects at the Pan-African Women's Organization. Now, we speak English, and we're proud to sound like we do, even sometimes thinking that we speak it better than the originators. I want to agree with the gentleman up on the podium that it's imperative that we learn to speak our languages, not only Swahili, but also other indigenous languages, and be proud of them. I'm a very good speaker of Swahili, by the way. Don't judge me by the way I speak English. And it's amazing that we can stand here at such a function, at such a symposium, and deliberate in English. I think one of the outcomes of this must be that the next one we come to, we should be speaking Swahili throughout. The program should be in Swahili. The program should be in Swahili, and I think we're prisoners in our own minds due to the colonial mindset that somebody who sounds like me is more intelligent. I think intelligence shouldn't be judged by how we speak English, but I think we should be proud of how we speak on our own languages. Many times I talk to people and ask them what their names are. The first thing they say is their English name from an English ancestor they don't even know. Yet we have beautiful African names that we should be proud of, that have meaning, set in our cultural backgrounds. And the languages we speak are more beautiful than this English that we now espouse as the language for interaction. I mean, if we're going to be serious about creating a borderless Africa, we need to have a good root of our own culture. And Swahili is going to be the path through which we achieve that, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have, can we have, Tiku, can we have the mic down here?
Down. It is not mine.
You know, sometimes it's a challenge if you're running out of time and the discussion is getting very intense. You don't know what to do. Please bear with me. Yes.
I would like to encourage all of us. Why Swahili? Swahili for me is a language of hope. Swahili has Bantu in it, but Swahili has many other languages in it. German is in there, French is in there, English is in there. So for me, it's a language of healing. It's a language of hope. So it talks about our past, our present, and our future. So embrace Swahili. That's it.
Thank you very much. I think we'll come back to the panel. I'm really sorry. I would like to give them 2 minutes to respond.
Thank you again, moderator. I'm happy most of the things that have been talked about are saying Kiswahili is fine. It's good for borderless East Africa. And as we've heard, it's an African language, which makes it really good. I want to respond to something on attitude. The attitude towards Kiswahili in Uganda is relatively negative, but that research recently done shows that that attitude is changing. It's changing, but it's still there. And we have hope, as she says, with the establishment of the Uganda Kiswahili Commission. Because there is already, the East African Treaty says there shall be a commission or council for purposes of developing, coordinating, everything to do with Kiswahili. So it started with the East African Council, which is in Zanzibar. Fortunately, the director now is a Ugandan. Dr. Caro has been here. Amin was here the other year, and she's the director. So from there, at the national level, at the country level, we are supposed to begin to have that Kiswahili Commission. The other, at the upper level, it's a commission. Here, it's a council. So when it comes to Uganda or Kenya or Tanzania or South Sudan, that's what the local development of Kiswahili will be monitored from. That's where it will be monitored from. And the government is already taking steps towards the establishment of the commission. The other issue is the availability of where can you get opportunities to learn Kiswahili. Schools in Uganda have started Kiswahili, as I said, although it's not yet examinable to UNEB, but we think in the next 2 or 3 years it will be examinable. So at every school then we'll have to study it. But that there are many other institutions, universities, and others which are encouraged. I would imagine UMI would be one of them. Fortunately, the center here is already picking it up, because otherwise we shall lag behind. I'm happy, as I said, UMI is doing governance, is doing management, but that management needs a language. Because they are going to work all over East Africa. It's borderless. It's going to be free movement. So we must prepare now. I want to end there for purposes of saving time. My colleague can add on something.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Joseph, is there anything you want to add?
Yes, shukran sana. I am responding to one student from Chambogo who was asking how should students package themselves so that they don't miss chances in the future. And I will not answer you direct, but I will start with an insect called the siafu, a red ant. Whenever red ants are crossing the road, the small ones move in the middle, but the big ones stand outside and they open their mouth, ready to fight with any foreigner who will come in. The scouts have a motto saying, "Be prepared." That motto was selected with a name that you don't know when, maybe the time or where the chance is. So, when or how should we package yourself? The thing is very simple. We are saying from here, you will be in all parts of Africa working from there. So, the response is very simple. Start now. Whether you are doing agriculture, whether you are doing law, start what? Now. I visited the Uganda Christian University. I was very happy that even when you are doing law, you must do Swahili. Even if you are doing BBA, Bachelor of Business Administration, you must do law, because wherever you are going to work, you must meet people who are not from your tribe, meaning that you must use Swahili. Engineers, they move. You get a contract in Kenya, you are a good Ugandan who cannot bargain in a person there, yet a person who is in Kenya is fluent in, say in Swahili, never studied English, and you want to bargain. You don't know how to say reduce or increase in Kiswahili, yeye anakuambia kwa Kiswahili. Unamwangalia tu. The only thing you will do is to accept whether you are cheated or not, because you don't have capacity to bargain. Another response is on how to use Kiswahili politely. Yes, somebody was saying soldiers from Tanzania left a legacy. It is true. There are words which are not commonly used. A word like shikamoo. Unakuta, you meet a respected person, somebody, if you're not polite, you say, habari yako, hapana. Sema shikamoo bwana. Shikamoo, politely. So there is a need, as we are learning Swahili, not to learn the Swahili called the pidgin. Though it is we are not saying, since we are learning, we avoid that one and we learn only the grammatical one. But we are going to be the Swahili we learn in Uganda is the polite one. Kwamba, when I begin speaking, somebody from Unguja is Zanzibar, is talking, you will not know that this is from Uganda. This one is from where? From Kenya. The only difference can be on the pronunciation of words, matamshi, whereby maybe you can hear somebody like how the Congolese say moja, instead of saying moja, they say moya, because they have the influence from Lingala, influence from other local languages. But we are training everybody to speak language politely, not to use a language for command. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we give them a round? I want to thank Professor Boazi and Joseph for taking us through this session, and I also invite them to take their seats on trying to understand Swahili as an enabler in this borderless East Africa that we are looking at. The borders will not go down if you can't speak. Even if they go down, nobody will move. Even if you have your goods, nobody will buy them. Thank you very much, and I want to take us straight into our next panel. We have one more panel, again trying to understand 3 basic questions. Why, how, where, and when are we going to build this borderless East Africa? And our next panel is, we have Mr. Bernard Owundo. Bernard Owundo is not here. Oh, Bernard is not here. We have Dr. Charles Bate. Dr. Charles Bate. I'm told Bernard is here. Yes, I can see somebody like him. Bernard Owundo is here, President Emeritus of East African Law Society. And he's the current president. Is he current president? Oh, he's the current. They had a General Assembly recently. They didn't elect. No, we always follow your assembly activities. You're always electing new people. You're most welcome, Mr. Bernard. Dr. Charles Bate. We have Dr. Gardner. Dr. Gardner. We also have Mr. Ivan Tegawa. And we have Mr. Joram Nkumbi from Tanzania, PLO Lumumba Foundation. This is also going to interrogate the same question we have been trying to understand. With all these ideas coming up, the question is, how do we get there? And what do we need to do to build a borderless East Africa in the region? I think I will definitely start with the president, since he's right next to me, and somebody said we have to use the good neighborliness principle. In the event that you run out of time, I should look at my neighbor saying you took most of the time, other than telling him you didn't give me the time, yet I was just next to you. So Bernard, from East African Law Society, how do we move to build a borderless East Africa?
Thank you, moderator. Let me first clarify. I am a past president of the East Africa Law Society, so I served as president of the East Africa Law Society about 3 years ago. I then came back here and served as president of the Uganda Law Society. I'm still president of the Uganda Law Society for 1 more term, so just for purposes of clarification. Very good question. My name is Owundo Bernard, and therefore it means I come from the border of Kenya and Uganda. So I come from Busia. So as you can imagine, from where I come from, for us we already started practicing East African community. whether it was legal or illegal. By those dates, those years, it was called magendo, you know, smuggling, trade, and ABCD. So from where I come from, people appreciate perhaps the need for East African community. As I move in these forums, one of the things that I really notice, and we speak about laws, we speak about the need for harmonizing laws, we speak about non-tariff barriers and ABCD. But I think where we need to focus most importantly, even as we answer what, where, how, and why, is our people. Are we taking our people along? And I said, if you just count the number of people here, we are talking about East African community, we are talking about the legacy of Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, and then you can just see the number of people here. So it means that we urgently need to focus on initiatives that will take our people along with us. The East African community is supposed to be people-centered, people-driven, and so that is very key. So even as we speak about the non-tariff barriers and the challenges that we face in terms of accessing trade in East African community, I think that we need to go back to our people. And one of the things that I propose, since this is about bold ideas, is to have an ESC Day, which is celebrated all over East Africa. An East African Community Day, where we all reflect on the journey that we have made as East African community and where we need to go. That way, when our people ask, why am I celebrating a public holiday today, they're able to understand that it is because we are talking about East African community. And it's interesting that we talk about East African community. Well, we have not yet harmonized East African community. We're already talking about the African Free Continental Trade Area. For me, from where I stand, until the regional blocks, the regional economic communities, you're talking about SADC, you're talking about ECOWAS, you're talking about EAC. Until we harmonize the regional economic blocks, we cannot have a successful Africa Free Continental Trade Area. And so I think that it is important that we decide, we take back these questions back to our people and see how we can be able to move together with our people. Otherwise, from the look of things, we are leaving the people behind. And as long as you leave the people behind, as Mwalimu Julius Nyerere said, there cannot be real development without the participation of the people. So we must seriously look at ways of how we can be able to get the people. Because of time, I'll stop there. Then perhaps I'll share the ideas as the other round comes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We started the discussion since morning, and nobody has reflected on the people-centered. And Bernard says, unless we put the people on board, the idea is that we are going to have the policies, those will come. But once the people are on board, I'm sure we shall be moving. Thank you very much. We'll go straight on to Dr. Bate. On where we are in terms of moving this integration process, how do we create a borderless East Africa? How do we get the people on board? What efforts are in place? What aren't we doing to have this process go down?
Thank you. Dr. Charles Bate, I'm Executive Director for Tree Adoption Uganda. And Tree Adoption Uganda is a youth-centric non-governmental organization that is powered by the vision of creating communities where people and nature flourish. And for me, it's imperative to reflect on the environmental case for a borderless East African region. And as we reflect on that, of course, tying in people-centric innovations or people-centric solutions, climate change is one of the biggest challenges facing the people within East Africa. And if we can demonstrate to them that being borderless also has benefits in the climate sector, in improving their environment, then they will definitely get that buy-in. And when I was reflecting on the question today, for me, three things stood out for a case for a borderless region. And they're all teetering around enabling us to tackle this challenge that climate change is. One good thing that can come from the borderless region is mitigating greenhouse gas emissions. When you look at the way trade supply routes are organized at the moment, we have very limited dependence on production for regional markets and short supply routes. The longer the supply routes, the more carbon you emit. If we have a borderless region and encourage our production, our manufacturing to produce for the region, it means we shorten the supply. We shorten the extent to which we export whatever we produce. And therefore we mitigate on the greenhouse gas emissions, which has very significant climate benefits. Second, and again, very people-centered, is supporting communities to adapt to the changes in climate change. One of the biggest factors that has been seen in East Africa has been a reduction in food security, but also the long periods of drought. And a very good example was in 2016 when Kenya had a very long drought, and they relied extensively on food imports from Uganda. But of course, there are several barriers for Ugandan communities to be able to support their counterpart communities in Kenya when faced with such climate shocks. When you make a borderless region, then it makes it very possible for communities to support each other to build resilience against climate change, but to also adapt to these climatic crises that are becoming more and more common in the region. And then lastly is, again, an intersection of several innovations that are coming up at the moment, which we all need as a people, and that is really early warning systems for climate, for weather patterns, etc. A lot of innovations in artificial intelligence, machine learning, depend a lot on availability of large sets of data. With integration, we are able to triangulate data, climate, social demographic, social livelihood data from different parts of the region, and be able to teach, for instance, machines that can give us more accurate or more purposeful predictions for different climatic changes that will affect either agricultural produce, or that will affect the health of the people, or that will impact on the communities where we live. So for me, those three aspects are important to point out in pushing for a borderless region, because they play into how our communities, our people, our nature can benefit from such a system-level intervention or solution to some of the challenges that are pressing the most in our communities.
Wow, thank you very much. You know, when Stella was talking about the different narratives and the different conversations that have to take place, we realized that we have not opened the conversations. And through climate change, through environment, we can still look at the East African community. And Dr. Charles Bate is inviting us to open our eyes and look at the environment, the supply chains, the emissions that we have, and the fact that the East African community is not addressing the environmental concerns that people are facing could also be hindering how far we can push a borderless East African community. Thank you very much, Dr. Bate. Following you is Dr. Gardner, who is a trainer and education on the mindset. And I think Dr. Gardner, listening to Mr. Wundo and Charles Bate, I would wish to invite you to come in at this point as you come to make your submissions. How do we touch the people now? How do we get the people on board in this integration process? Dr. Gardner.
Yes, thank you, moderator. When we are talking about the integration process, I was here in the audience earlier on in the morning, and everybody was talking about mindset. Mindset has just become a verb. We just speak about it just like that. I would think if we want this integration to go on another level, we need to look at our education system. First of all, I'm a lawyer by profession. I hold a PhD in law and have 2 masters. I've studied the brain more than any other thing in life. And I've come to realize that the problem we have with our education system, I'll term it as systematic slavery. We talk about slave trade. The other day, Uganda was having its 61st independence. But the question is, are we really independent? Our education system is not there to serve us. It's not tailor-made to solve current issues. And when we talk about education, education is supposed to help us understand the community and come out and solve the problems. I'm a lecturer. I know so many lecturers still give up handouts. I don't do that in my classes. I tell the students to go and read textbooks, and we come back and discuss. If you give me a handout, that means you've narrowed my understanding to what you want me to understand. And when I come, some go overboard to say, give me what I gave you. Is that learning? Or that's just plagiarism and copy and paste? But I'm not just going to talk about the problems we're facing in our education system. I went to school, and I remember I was learning about the cockroach, the parts of a cockroach, the parts of an insect. Today, Uganda, we know agriculture is our backbone. But agriculture in secondary school is an option, right? We don't have these skills. We do not know. We are learning things that are not very practical. As we are learning just the parts of a seed, of a maize seed, somebody in Germany is learning about a machine to come back and do the agriculture for us. How can we change this mindset? If you're out there, you're talking about mindset, you come on platforms and you're talking about mindset. If you're not talking about these 4 pillars, so it will just keep as a verb. The first pillar is self-awareness. Knowing thyself. The Greek had it all over. Today, the most commercial and most profitable industry in the world is cosmetics. You know why? I leave that to you. We don't know who we are, and we are every day trying to become what we are not. We don't know ourselves, and if you can't know yourself, that means you cannot realize what opportunities are around you. The second is learning. I talked about it. It's copy and paste. We just learn to pass exams. You get 80%, they tell you that you're smart. No, you're not. It's just a mark. You're lucky you read what they said. The fourth is thinking. Thinking is a skill. Nobody tells us you're in offices and your bosses are telling you, go out and think. How do you think? It's a skill. Are we learning these skills? No, we're not. The fifth is emotion intelligence. We have tailor-made it and spiced it and called it emotion intelligence. It's just the heart set. Love thyself, love your neighbor. Do we teach these things? No. I've been lucky to be educated in 2 continents. But the white man there, what he does with his kids before they go to school, he has given them self-esteem, self-love, self-confidence, self-belief. When I was growing up, my mother and my father, and I know we are parents here, we tell our kids, go to school, get a degree. I won't say get a job, because the unemployment rate today in Uganda is over like 4.2. 30 universities. Each year, 110 students graduate, 110,000 graduate. Makerere has 30% of those, but they're still unemployed. So are you going to tell them, go to school, get a degree, get a job? It's unheard of. They have to think, they have to look at the environment, understand it, and see problems. Education is supposed to bring me here to solve a problem so that I can be able to, come to any institution or go to school when I've understood a problem and I'm going to get these skills to solve a problem. But we graduate and everybody, some people have studied entrepreneurship and they're out there depositing, looking for jobs. And that is an entrepreneur. Seriously? The fifth that I'm trying to learn, and I thank the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center where I happen to facilitate, is financial literacy. You know this, the government has done so much for the youth, not only in Uganda and other governments around the EAC. But what happens to that money? Look at the audience, you know? If you want to know how bulky we are and how lavishing we live, give money to the youth. Parish development model. Where's the money going? They get the money, but what do they use it for? We do not know how to manage our finances. Now, when you put those pillars all together, and we come back to our education system and try to incorporate these things, not just saying go to school, get a degree, get a job, or copy and paste. What we'll have at the end of it all is a holistic learner who is able to face life challenges head on. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Dr. Gardner, for opening up another line. This whole process is going to be a multi-layered process. There is too much work on all levels. And if you are not putting effort on some of these levels, our efforts may go to waste. Joram Nkumbi has been working with young people. He has a passion for creating positive impact. And he has also been mobilizing and igniting change. Listening to all these discussions, where are we from your experience and your background? How can we, picking up from these voices, getting the people on board, the mindset, the areas of concentration, how do we ignite young people to pick this issue up and drive the borders down? Joram.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would love to thank each one of you who have taken your time to be part of this symposium and to be part of this afternoon session. It really shows something that you are really committed. And I would love to thank the organizers of this symposium, Julius Nyerere Leadership Center. Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this symposium. I have traveled miles and miles away from Tanzania to come and be part of this very important event. And because I come from Tanzania, before I answer the question, allow me to speak something about Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere. Mwalimu Nyerere, I've started to hear about him from my father. My father, a medical doctor from Muhimbili, from a very young age, he used to tell me, coming home from work wearing a white coat with stethoscope, could look at me and say, wewe mwanangu in Swahili, you will study until you reach Makerere, where our founding father, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, studied from. And then, as a young person, I understood that Mwalimu studied from Makerere University. And then another thing I understood, my father used to talk most of the time about Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere. And I pick interest from there. And now today, I am among of the most happiest people. I've never got an opportunity to study through Makerere. But today, I feel like the prophecy of my father has come true. Because I am here at the most prestigious university perhaps in Africa. Makerere carries a legacy. Many great men and women went through this institution. And Ugandans, I would love to thank you in a very special way. You have educated our two presidents, President Julius Kambarage Nyerere and President Benjamin William Mkapa, including the father of this amazing lady, Joseph Butiku. They were here. And other great Tanzanians like Mwapachu, they also went through this prestigious university. So in my spirit, I feel connected with my great ancestors. And I feel proud in my spirit right now. And I would love to repeat the words of Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere when he was addressing the people of Ghana in 1997, as they were celebrating 40 years of independence. To me, that was the time of Mwalimu making a confession, and that was also a time of Mwalimu passing down the baton of inspiration. Mwalimu started by saying, unity will not make us strong. But unity will not make us rich. But unity, he said, unity will not make us rich, but unity will make us strong. And will help us not to be disregarded and despised. Mwalimu said those words. And then he went ahead to say, our generation fought for political liberation. And then he said, it is your role, the younger generation, to take this flickering torch and refuel it with enthusiasm to take Africa to the next level. So those of Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere and his colleagues, they did an amazing work to free us from the physical colonial exploitation. And then Mwalimu said, we had Africa Liberation Committee, on which Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere was the chairman of the African Liberation Committee. And then Tanzania, we started to receive a lot of Pan-Africanists and freedom fighters. We hosted at one point Yoweri Kaguta Museveni while he was studying at the University of Dar es Salaam. And through the support of Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, he was his mentee. And Museveni there, he established a movement called USAF, University Student Africa Revolutionary Front. We hosted Obote at a certain point in time, at a critical time in Uganda. We hosted John Garang de Mabior, the first president of South Sudan. We hosted the great Nelson Mandela, 1962. We hosted Samuel Safi Shuna Nujoma, the president of Southwest Africa, Namibia. We hosted Samora Moses Machel. He became part of the guerrilla soldiers, and he was among of the soldiers who were sent to Algeria to receive training. We hosted Eduardo Mondlane, the founder of Frelimo Party of Mozambique. All of these leaders were hosted in Tanzania through the support of Julius Kambarage Nyerere. If that is not enough, we also hosted and gave support to people like Joaquim Chissano, who became the second president of Mozambique. Those of Thabo Mbeki and Reginald Oliver Tambo, the chairman of ANC, all of them, they were given provisional headquarters to operate African National Congress in Tanzania. And their soldiers, the Umkhonto Eshizwe, were given a place to train in Tanzania through the support of Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere. I started to interact more with Mwalimu when I was in first year at the university. I'm a trained mathematician, I'm not a historian. And I have studied mathematics for 3 years at the university. But I understood the power of history. I understood that we, the younger generation, we are one with our ancestors. There is no way we are going to make it now or in the future without having knowledge of the past. It is important to get to know where we come from, where we are, and where we are going. As the question has directed, where are we right now as Africa? I may say, Africa, we are at the crossroad. We have to decide now. We are at a very critical moment to unite, to integrate, or to fail once again. Think, for example, the might China. China, having realized they are manufacturing goods, and then they consider us Africans as the big market. 1.4 billion people is the huge market. When their president visited Kazakhstan in 2013, the president of China made a statement that we are going to build infrastructures that will reach to every part of the world. And the Chinese, they came with BRI, Belt and Road Initiative. They have built infrastructure to reach every country in the world, including Africa. And now when we look at our mobile phone and the things that we consume at home, most of them, they are produced from China. And they are enjoying the market of Africa and the market of the world. But we as Africans, we are not enjoying the market. The market of Africa, the market of East Africa. And for initiatives like this, it shows that something is not right. That's why as young people, we need to take the torch of those of Mwalimu Julius Nyerere and move forward from here. In order for us to be integrated more, we need to empower our people. Empower our people in agriculture. When people in Gulu produce enough matoke, and they will realize that they don't have a market, they will start to look for a market. And if they have enough matoke, then they will be willing to cross border, to go to Kenya, to go to Tanzania. The reason why our people do not know more about integration is because they are poor. But if you have a product, if you're doing business, you can't rest. You will go look for a market anywhere. Remember China, they had one-child policy. Then they changed into two-child policy. They understood that their country is very small geographically, and there are so many 1.4, 1.5 billion people. And they knew this second child, if we equip them with information, knowledge, this child will go and live everywhere in the world. That's why we see Chinese in Africa, we see Chinese in every part of the world, because they are equipped and they have knowledge. So right now, as the young people, it is important to galvanize ourselves with the knowledge of the past, and then we learn the knowledge of the present. We equip ourselves with information, artificial intelligence, technology, to forge the future we want. And I would love to conclude by the advice from Ngugi wa Thiong'o, from his book, The River Between. There's a conversation between Chege and his son Wayaki. And Chege is advising Wayaki, go and learn the magic of a white person. Go and learn the pattern of his thinking. Take his wisdom, but don't follow their vices. Let us learn from the Chinese, from the Arabs, from the Americans, from the white people. Let us not become them, but let us learn from their best practices so that we can take Africa to the next level. God bless you.
Thank you very much, comrades. Thank you very much, Comrade Mkumbi, for that wonderful submission. He's a mathematician, but you can think he's a historian. But one thing that comes out from his presentation is that Nyerere would not have done all this if he did not have that ideological conviction. And Nyerere would not have done this if he did not believe in the ideas. And we must understand our history. We must understand the history of the African struggles. Unless we understand those histories, unless we understand that, we are not likely to move very far. The borderless East Africa that Nyerere was working on at that time was in his mind, because he had the conviction. Sebastian, we are running out of time, and you have been an ambassador for the young people on the East African community. I think I'll give you a minute or two just to talk about the youth voice, because there has been a process of capturing the youth voice in the East African community. Sebastian, picking up from there in a minute or two.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kasacha, Henry, and I will observe all the protocol that has been laid before me. Very quickly, because I've been given 2 minutes, I first of all want to start by saying that the message to young people is that the East African community, the integration agenda, is a winning game, okay? So that is why we heavily need to invest in it fully. And I'm saying it's a winning game because when we speak borderless East Africa, we are not speaking out of a wishful nature. We are speaking of things that we are realizing today. That today in East Africa, you do not require a visa unless you are from DRC that is still finalizing its processes of admission. So much that our ESC minister here in Uganda is in DRC to ensure that, that process of admission is quickened, at least between Uganda and DRC. But the other thing is that we have a tripartite of Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, where young people, not young people, anyone in the EAC can just move with their national ID to cross these borders. And I think that from that landmark there, there is a lot to appreciate. And before I leave that point, I need to say that I also work with ULEAD Africa, and we hold the ULEAD Africa Summit, Africa's largest youth gathering, that will be happening next year in Nairobi. I invite all of you. On Monday, we shall be releasing the call for application. Apply specifically for the intention. The summit is going to be in Nairobi, to cross that border with your national ID, okay? I hope that I will be seeing many of you crossing the border and appreciating this borderless nature that we are creating. But also, when we speak to exactly why young people need to be very interested in conversations like we are having today is, I think Joram has noted it, the issue of building up. We say that we cannot learn from, or if we do not learn from the generations before us, what we are going to be doing is reinventing the wheel. Each generation will come digging its own foundation, and no one is going to be building on it because everyone is rubbishing or not listening or not learning from our past. The understanding of nation building, which is learning from our elders, the cross-generational conversation, then helps us as young people to appreciate the whys, the words, and to appreciate the vision where we are going to. That way, when we actually sit down to start our innovation, we are not necessarily throwing out the baby with the bath water, okay? Because maybe the systems that were created before us do not fit our time as we see it. No, we should not do that. I think that as young people, and I think Stella alluded to it in her conversation, that today we are extremely tech savvy. You will find that we are the ones in the gig economy. We are the ones drop shipping. We are the ones very interested in fintech. I feel like all this cannot happen in a vacuum until young people have an appreciation of what conversations the ESC brings us. That's the most that we shall achieve integration of these people. But as I conclude, Mr. Kasacha, allow me say this, and I want to say this very let me just say it, and it is to the young people. I have heard that during the interactions, and rightly so, that we are an inquisitive group of people. I like it so much. However, I also realized that we have questions that could very easily be answered by Google. And I invite you that every time that you have anything that disturbs you, mostly about the ESC, please first Google these and see whether there are quick responses. And I say this because we have the Inter-University Council of East Africa in the ESC, and specifically it is being hosted here in Uganda at Chambogo. So when I had a lot of conversations around our curriculums not being harmonized, as a former youth ambassador, first of all, that was a big indictment on us as youth ambassadors. Clearly, we need to do more sensitization. But also, I just want to invite you to look through some of these things, because about harmonization of curriculums, for example, the ESC has been working on this from 2008. I think now we are in our fourth phase. And please try as much as possible to exploit the Inter-University Council of East Africa, not only for the knowledge, but also it has very many opportunities for you young people when it comes to scholarships. Many of them go unanswered, and I feel like it will be very unfair to come on such a platform with such an audience, with majority of them being potential beneficiaries of these opportunities and not say it. But that said, I want to conclude by saying how we engage young people, Mr. Henry, is for me, and I want to deviate lightly from the scholars here who are encouraging young people to read. Please read. But for me, I also think that there are other avenues. Again, this has been alluded to, that we have seen areas young people are interested in. Why aren't we capitalizing on those? For example, the creative industry. I think my first interaction with the ESC was Channel 5 ESC. You people remember it? Anyone ever watched Channel 5? Yeah? That we had the East African Bashment crew. And we have seen that young people are interested in enjoyment more than these conversations, this audience being evident on that. So I think that as a community, we could also leverage on the creative industry to ensure that most of our young people, or the content that they consume, is also directed in an interesting way towards the integration agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very difficult for me I know you have questions. The panelists have just opened the discussion, but we have to close it now. I'll just allow me give the panelists just less than a minute to give their concluding remarks, because I'm sure they have stimulated us and we can't exhaust this, but it is something we can carry on in the discussions. I'll start with Mr. Owundo.
Thank you, moderator. I'll just say, I think it was 1958, the first Africa conference, where Kwame Nkrumah said that today we fight for independence, tomorrow we fight for integration. I think that cry of Kwame Nkrumah, and then of course eventually passed on to most of our African generation, our African leaders at the time, is a cry that we need to work on. It is a cry that we need to understand the why. And just simply coming from a legal background, to just say, in Uganda, I am a lawyer, I have access to 46 million people. That is the population of Uganda. With the East African community, I have access to 300 million people. Just to give you the perspective of the why we need to have the East African community. So as I conclude, I think it is important for us to continue having these discussions, but as I mentioned earlier, we must go back to the people. We must sensitize more, we must do more so that we go along with our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bate.
I think one of the highlights of today has been highlighting what are the most shameful moments. And for me, it's shameful that it has taken us this long to look at integration. It is shameful that Africa is still a continent divided by country, by nations. It's shameful that we've not really achieved an effective integration. And my take home, or my message is, we won't blame anyone for that shame. But as the current generation, we have to own the responsibility now to make sure that this integration, be it regional, be it continent-wide, actually happens in our generation. And just to mark each one of us, to remind us that if we fail in that accord, then we would be responsible for shaming this generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Gardner.
Yes, my parting shot is, I will say that as we sit here, we should know that education is not an end in mind. It's just an intermediary. But how do you get there? It's up there for us to find problems and go and learn about solving them. And Africa itself needs an African who has an identity, who knows who he is. Africa needs an African who's willing to learn to solve a problem, not just learning. If you go out and read books, I normally tell people that knowledge is power, but the applicability of that knowledge is your superpower. If you come to university and learn and just go back and sleep, you're an entrepreneur and go and sleep, you're putting yourself to waste. Africa needs an African who's resilient, who's willing to fall forward, not fall backwards. We fail, failure is there, but it's not an end in mind. It just triggers us to know what we can do better. Africa needs an African who's willing to communicate confidently in his language or in his mother tongue. Many of us use English, even to our children, you find they can't speak our native language. If we can have that African that can live those principles, that means we won't die as generational thieves. It is a baton that you and me have to take, pass it on to our children, and make Africa the Africa that the late Kwame Nkrumah or the late Mwalimu Julius Nyerere would envision to see and be happy and celebrate that I have arrived. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kumbi, your parting shots in a minute.
As you are still at the university and you are studying, and maybe some of you, you have already finished your education journey, and as we are talking about integration, Pan-Africanism, and the future of Africa, it is very important to ask ourselves these questions, and they have to be personal. What am I trying to solve, or what am I trying to contribute? Because leadership is relevancy. Are you relevant in your community? I started to ask myself these questions as I was in first year and second year. While pursuing mathematics, I realized perhaps mathematics will not open for me doors. I need to have multiple skills in order for me to survive. And it was already clear to me, some of my brothers who were 2 classes ahead of me, they graduated and they had nothing to do after the graduation. So that was like an eye-opener to me. Then I started reading and doing research. Right now, as I'm speaking to you, I have published 4 books on Amazon. If you go on Amazon, you will find all of my 4 books there. And among of the books that I have written the book about Mwalimu Nyerere. It's called The Role That Tanzania Played in the Liberation Struggle. As I was asking myself, I saw 2 opportunities. If I equip myself with information knowledge and having the knowledge of the past, on which most of my peers, they don't understand, it will give me a room. And then another thing in Tanzania, that's why I'm saying, leadership is about being relevant to your community. I understood the Tanzanians. There's this one thing that brings them together, the Swahili language. One time I was reading about Al-Madhrui, the professor of Kenya. He wrote somewhere that Mwalimu Nyerere was the top Swahili speaker in the world. Then it came to my attention, can I also become one among of the best Swahili speakers in the world? Because Swahili is my mother language. Then I said, okay, those of Shaban Robert, the Swahili guru, have gone. I'm going to try in my lifetime to become the best Swahili speaker in Tanzania. Right now in Tanzania, I've started to enjoy the visibility.
Wow.
You go to my Instagram account, I have 100,000 followers. On Twitter, I have 40,000 followers on Twitter, 34,000 followers on TikTok. And I have also learned, I'm not a social media person, but the moment I realized that many of the young people are on social media, by the way, I don't feel comfortable recording myself on social media, but I saw there was no other way to engage the young people. I learned to leverage technology and combining it with this message of Pan-Africanism, history and language. These are the things that have made me visible, and these are the things that have given me connections. By the grace of God, this year, I have visited the great United States of America. I've been there attending one of the greatest events hosted by the government of America. And also, this year, I visited Germany. I went there. I attended one of the biggest events hosted by the Parliament of Germany. I've gone to these places. I've gone to Poland. The interaction I'm having with people, it's because of this stuff. Sometimes we ignore them, but these are the things that will make room for us.
Thank you.
Leadership is about influence and relevancy. Ask yourself, what are you trying to solve in your community? People can ignore you, but people cannot ignore your contribution. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Joram. How I wish you had more time. Sebastian, in less than a minute.
I don't like the effect Joram has on you. But in less than a minute, you lot have been here for the whole of your Saturday, listening to conversations around integration. To ask you to be more committed would be to preach to the choir. I refuse. What I'm going to ask you is a very simple thing. Pay the information, the knowledge you have received today forward. use your WhatsApp status today, any platform you have. Make sure that 1 or 2 or even 100 of your friends get to know something that you didn't know and learned today. That is how we shall ensure that every young person in this region knows about the ESE. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our panel. Thank you very much to our panel. May I invite you to resume your seats. Please give them a round. And I invite you to think about the ideas they have been trying to share with us. And if they have stimulated you, please work on these ideas. We are moving tribute. We are moving into the tribute. As you know that coming to the end, we need to pay tribute to Mwalimu's legacy. Okay, so let me invite His Excellency, retired Colonel, Honorable Fred Mwesige, our ambassador to the Republic of Tanzania, to share with us the United Republic of Tanzania, to share with us, to pay tribute to the legacy of Nyerere. You're most welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Leta. The leadership of the University and the UMI, the leadership of ES Nyerere Leadership Center, and all of you, invited guests. The excellencies have gone, but I recognize them because they have been here. Now, I'm called Colonel Fred Mwesige. I'm currently the High Commissioner of Uganda to the United Republic of Tanzania. Before that, I was in the Parliament, I was in the Army, I participated in the Kagera War to liberate Uganda, 1978-79, and I was in the one of the 27 who went the bush with our president to liberate this country. So I'm really glad to be here today, and I've been sitting here and listening to people who have been speaking, and I'm really encouraged and pleased to hear the sentiments of people that have been said. And I want to say that every generation has a mission to fulfill or to betray. Our founding fathers, like Kwame Nkrumah and Mwalimu Nyerere and others, had a mission, and they got independence, political independence, and they succeeded in getting Africa to become consciously getting together, building solidarity, and they left some business unfinished. So we did build a new Africa culture, free of tribalism, based on the sense of African traditions, with modern thinking, as you have said. God bless Africa, God bless East Africa, and our leaders. Thank you for inviting me, and God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mwesige. I think you are the best person to have been invited to give these remarks. On top of the books, you have really taken us through a reflection on who Nyerere was. And we are still continuing to pay tribute to Nyerere. We have a tribute from the foundation in Tanzania. Mzee Butiku was not able to join us, and he sent us a recorded message, which we are going to play now. I would request the team to play the message from Mzee Butiku, who would have been with us, but because of other engagements in Tanzania, he has not been able.
How happy I am to have been given this opportunity to participate in this important program for this year's symposium at the Makerere University Leadership, Mwalimu Nyerere Leadership Center at Makerere University. I imagine I'll be introduced by someone there, but let me begin by introducing myself. Joseph Warioba Butiku, Chairman of the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation. I think this is the third time I'm participating in this kind of program here at this center. But let me begin by recognizing those who have organized this meeting. Dr. Nansozi Mwanga, who is the Executive Director of the Julius Nyerere Leadership, and all those at the Makerere University, the Chair of the Julius Nyerere Leadership Board, the Vice Chancellor, Honorable Dan Kidega, Makerere University Council, and of course the High Commissioner for Rwanda, who is our neighbor, and above all, His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, whose initiative made it possible to have this center here. The topic is a very important one for the youth of not only East Africa, but Africa as a whole, or even the world. But for Africa, let me begin by what Mwalimu Nyerere himself told us. And I ask the youth to listen carefully to what I'm going to tell them about what Mwalimu said. Unity will not make us rich. I repeat, unity will not make us rich, but it can make it difficult for Africa and the African peoples to be disregarded and humiliated. It is not necessary to emphasize that point because you know, all of you know the history. Africa has been humiliated, disregarded, and exploited for centuries. There is a real sense in which we are still experiencing this humiliation because of our poverty and the underdevelopment of our people. And in a way, the inability of our governments to provide for all that is needed for our people. But unity in East Africa, and indeed Africa, is an objective for which we must all strive to achieve. The imperialists, if I'm allowed to use this word, and the colonialists did divide Africa at the Berlin Conference in 1884-5 for their own benefit. And from that division, in Africa we have 55 states, big and small, rich and poor. But we are all Africans. And you can see we are all here Africans. Now we are 1.4 billion people, Africans, in this continent. But if you listen carefully, if you follow, not much recognition is given to us. Why? We are still basically poor. We are still basically underdeveloped, despite the fact that we have immense resources, both human and physical. So what are we saying to the youth now? These borders are actually part of the problem in Africa. We are divided, parceled, and we have lost almost our capacity and ability of what we can do together. At the formation of the OAU in 1963, one of the issues was these borders. Our heads of state were there, including President Nyerere, Haile Selassie, Nkrumah, and the rest of them. They discussed this issue. And you remember that time we were divided into Casablanca, Monrovia groups. And it was President Nyerere who moved a motion that we should keep the borders because they are going to be a reason for a continued division. And we kept those borders. And now they've been entrenched in our constitution, the AU, even our national constitutions. I think that is an unfortunate. But it is Nyerere, again, later, a few years before he departed, who advised that we should ignore these borders, take action to make sure that they are abolished. And I think we should start in East Africa. Abolish these borders. Create a borderless East Africa. That is what we were before we became independent, because we were under the British. Kenya, Uganda, Tanganyika, those days, East Africa was 3 countries. But now, East Africa is 7 countries. We do not have to keep these borders. They've created problems for us. They've divided our people. Maasai in Kenya, Maasai in Tanzania. Luos in Kenya, Luos in Tanzania. And in so many other countries, the trend is the same. You have a tribe here in this country, you have another tribe there. You have in Rwanda, Hutus there, Tutsis here. And this problem we call ethnic in Africa. It is a problem of borders. They are senseless. Why? Can I ask you, who among you remembers a grandfather or a father or a tribal leader who did attend the conference in Berlin and agreed that we should be divided in Africa? None of us. So why are we so insistent in keeping these borders when actually they are dividing our people? So I think the issue is clear. I don't have to say too much. Divided will not make it. In unity, Africa can use its resources, both human, and especially the large number of our youth who have now a good education, all of them, and use their natural resources together to build a completely new Africa. Together, we can have influence, we can have power, we can have more wealth and greater capacity to create that wealth. But above all, we'll have not only power but also capacity to compete in this highly competitive world of the 21st century. Africa needs unity. Our youth needs unity. The borders are a major issue that divides us. And my advice, just the advice of President Nyerere and the others, and those who are going to participate in this country, that we should work tirelessly to create a borderless East Africa, but more a borderless Africa. And finally, let me say a word of encouragement to our youth in East Africa, to our youth in Africa, and our leaders in East Africa and Africa too, that some of the youth I've met in Tanzania, and even outside Tanzania, East Africa, even some of the officials, including immigration officers, do support this idea that we should quickly begin a process to abandon these borders, to create a borderless East Africa, and from there work to create a borderless Africa. The youth need our support. They are ready for this program. It is their program. It offers a future for them all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tribute from Mzee Warioba. Joseph from the Mwalimu Foundation in Tanzania. We continue with the tributes, and right now we have to have some remarks of tribute from the family of the late Mwalimu Nyerere, and we have Miss Boke Nyerere, who is representing the family. I invite her to come over.
Honorable Guest of Honor, in absentia, the representative from the Tanzania High Commission, Honorable Lucas Mayanga, the leadership of Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, the leadership of Uganda Management Institute, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is an honor to be standing before you as a representative with greetings and best of regards from Mama Maria Nyerere and the whole family of Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. May I also convey our deepest gratitude to His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, as well as the Julius Nyerere Leadership Center, for establishing this center to nurture and tune the youth to take up the leadership for today and for tomorrow. As we commemorate the passing of Mwalimu Nyerere 24 years ago, in Tanzania today is the culmination of a week-long youth celebration as they complete their Uhuru Torch race, which will involve the presentation of the torch to the President of Tanzania. My reason for mentioning the Uhuru Torch and why it is actually happening today in Tanzania is because yesterday I touched a little bit on the youth participation in the Uhuru Torch race, and I was asked to elaborate more. At the time, I had several points to respond to and unfortunately missed out on this particular point. So to respond to that question now, and I'll quote, the Uhuru Torch is a national symbol in Tanzania depicting freedom, equality, integrity, respect for human dignity, peace, hope, and strengthening the union between mainland Tanzania and Zanzibar. The lighting of the Uhuru Torch was made on National Independence Day on the 9th of December, 1961, by the first president, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, and later it was taken to the top of Mount Kilimanjaro as a symbol of national illumination. Now, I'm going to deviate a little bit before I go back into the quote. After the independence, Mwalimu Nyerere at one point, he did relinquish power for about 1 year and handed it over to Mzee Kawawa, who was the prime minister before that, and it took time to travel across the country. And when he came back, he was really concerned about, the poverty, okay, the ignorance, the disease, and the fact that he realized that it will take a lot of work to get the people of Tanganyika at that time to know and understand that we are actually independent and what it's going to take to actually build an independent nation. And so at that time, one of the decisions that was made with the little resources that we had, he decided that the only way to create awareness across Tanganyika that we are actually free was to give that responsibility to the youth. So the Uhuru Torch that was lit on December 1961, 9th December 1961, became a symbol of unity, a symbol of freedom, but it became something that will be carried on each and every year by the youth, running across the country for a period of 5 to 6 months, talking about this freedom and talking about what needs to be done for each and every Tanzanian to participate in this freedom. So the Uhuru Torch aimed to enlighten and awaken the sense of nationalism, to illuminate the nation by saying no to poverty, no to inequality, no to illiteracy, disease, ethnicity, and racialism. Since then, until today, the torch has been carried through the country every year from April to October, passing through all districts to enhance development activities. Mwalimu believed that the youth had Mwalimu believed that the youth are the drivers of change, and he constantly emphasized on the importance of preparing our youth to serve the nation. In making sure that the youth are fully involved in the development project, the responsibility of carrying the Uhuru Torch throughout the country was given to them, and through the youth, the Uhuru Torch served as a space for raising awareness of our independence and the efforts being made to ensure that all citizens participate in developing and enjoying the successes of our freedom. In a way, you could also say that the Uhuru Torch race became a tool of monitoring and evaluation, as at the time we lacked adequate resources to do so countrywide. And though each ministry today has its own monitoring and evaluation offices, our young people continue to inspect various projects that have been implemented throughout the country during the Uhuru Torch race. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are talking about borderless East Africa, I do appreciate the initiative from Julius Nyerere Leadership Center to put the youth at the center of the conversations and the planning, because it is the youth of today who would realize that the borderless regions tomorrow. In relation to the Uhuru Torch approach of awareness raising, my plea to the young people is to take this idea to the next level, because you have the knowledge and you have the technology at your fingertips. You have the technical know-how to take us to the next level, but you do not have the critical mass. You know why we need to push for the borderless East Africa, but majority of your colleagues in the rural areas do not. If this unity is to be people-centered, then its inclusion should reach past the urban centers and to the youth in the rural areas, which is where the majority reside. I repeat, keeping our youth at the center of issues that matter is crucial in making borderless Africa a reality. The youth in this auditorium and your colleagues across the region, please regard yourselves as the torch bearers of this movement. Be ready to share your knowledge and understanding of issues within the East African region that affect young people both in urban and rural areas, and working together to devise solutions. As our future leaders, you must be part of the engineers and the architects of how that borderless East African region should look like. As a gentleman earlier said, technology does not know borders. Please use the technology together with innovation and creativity to reach out to as many African youth as you possibly can and bring them to the conversations of our unity, our culture, as well as our challenges in unemployment and climate issues. And as we interact with our rural brothers and sisters, please be open to learning from them as well. Let's learn from them about the preservation of our future by knowing how to store our seeds. We may know about the best farming methods, but without the seeds, it's useless. Maybe the hope of the preservation of our cultures has not been lost. Maybe we can relearn humility from our fellows in the villages. Maybe we can relearn the best practices of our cultures. Maybe if a young Kenyan entrepreneur has access to a maize farmer in Uganda, they can devise a better way to ensure that the farmer gets a better price for her harvest. And for the rest of us, let's let the youth participate in defining the future of work. Let's let the youth participate in defining the future of unity. Let us let the youth participate in defining the future of integration through inclusion by use of technology, creativity, and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to finish this tribute with Mwalimu's quote, which says, "Those who are lucky enough to get education they have a duty to pay for the sweat that others have committed. It is similar to a man who has given all the food in the village of hunger to gain the strength to work in the areas far so that he can bring harmony back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Boke Nyerere. Another round of applause. And we want to thank the family for always being here and for always supporting the center. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this all. And the Baganda say, Bigwa biocha. You know, when it is beginning to enter you and you feel it, then you have to come to a close. But that's always another reason to come back for another symposium. The conference has been documented. You'll be able to follow this, get a detailed report from the center and all the presentations. Allow me at this moment to invite Dr. James Nkata, the Director General of Uganda Management Institute, who are the co-hosts of the center, to officially close, make his remarks and officially close our symposium. Dr. Nkata.
Thank you very much, the moderator. Allow me first of all to thank you in a very special way for being so patient up this hour. You have been good participants. Thank you for that patience. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this symposium has been a very important one in our journey towards having a borderless East Africa. It has generated a lot of ideas, and I'm sure it has generated a lot of enthusiasm and interest in pursuing the goal of having a borderless East Africa. And from the discussions we have had here, not only a borderless East Africa, but a borderless Africa. I thank the organizers for that. And I'm sure the Nyerere Leadership Center from today has created a brigade of soldiers. You are the soldiers of this brigade. Because today you have been initiated into the army that is going to fight for a borderless East Africa. So the brigade soldiers, thank you for being recruited. And I urge you, take up the arms and start the fight. Choose your commanders and obey them under the leadership of Nyerere Leadership Center. And from a discussion, ladies and gentlemen, the colleagues, we have discovered that with the technology, borders have been demystified. The problem which is remaining are a structure. So you, the soldiers in this brigade, fight these structural obstacles to borderless East Africa. They are economical structures, social structures, and other structures. And from the submissions today, borders were humanly created. They were not God created. These are human creations of people who came to colonize us, to create borders for us. And let me quote the words of one younger man in South Africa called Julius Mwalimu. Have you listened to him one of these days? Julius Mwalimu, one parliamentarian in South Africa, a white man, said, we should dismiss Julius Mwalimu from South Africa. Then Mwalimu stood up and said, I'm surprised. How do you dismiss Julius Mwalimu from South Africa? Where is South Africa? South Africa is not there. What I know is Africa. You can't dismiss me from Africa because you found me here. I think that was the reasoning. Much as he uses an unconventional language, but an Africa was a state. So you can't say, I'm dismissing you from South Africa to other Africa, because it is a state. We didn't have borders. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, youth. Don't underestimate the power of technology. Technology is a tool that has been invented by our colonizers. Now they have given us a weapon to fight what they created. the power of technology. I don't know how many of you have gadgets of technology in your homes, but I know in my house I have a granddaughter. She's 11 years old. She teaches me a lot of things. She can even tell me things that I even don't know. She has friends and followers, by the way, 11-year-old, more than 200 followers. And they chat. You, the youth, the Wazungu has created this technology. Let us use it to fight what they created. Power of social media. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you in a very special way, especially those of you who have presented, and our sister from the Nyerere family, thank you for that very insightful presentation. My elder here, the Colonel, thank you very much. And I also thank you, the Executive Director, and our keynote speaker here. She brought up a lot of ideas which can generate a lot of things. And let me end by advising the Secretariat. And this is what government does. Please, from the deliberations of today, develop what we call policy briefs. Develop a policy brief that we can share in our East African countries, in our South African government, so that they can borrow from the proceedings and the feelings of the people of East Africa. Thank you, and from those words, and gentlemen, allow me to declare the symposium closed, and I wish you a safe journey back home. Thank you, and good evening.
Thank you very much. Okay, final announcement. If you lost your keys, another set has gone missing. We have some keys which have been found. If anybody has lost their keys, in the next 2 minutes they will be with me, but after that I'll hand them over to the center. So whoever says they lost their keys, please advise them to go to the Julius Nyerere Center. Today is a Saturday, I'm sure they are already closed. So if they can't get them now, they'll get them on Monday. So thank you very much. We have some bags that have to be given out by Dr. Susie. Dr. Susie, can I have a microphone? Can we get a microphone to Dr. Susie?
Thank you very much. A little going away present for our presenters and our special guests. To start off, Ms. Bouquet Nyerere. Something to remember us with. Picture. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bouquet Nyerere.
Mr. Joram Nkumbi.
Thank you, Joram.
Ms. Stella Agara.
Sarah, our wonderful keynote speaker. Yes. She opened it up and opened. It was indeed a powerful keynote. Thank you very much, Stella, and we're looking forward to tapping more into your wealth of knowledge. She gave the East African integration process a very practical feel from her presentation. Thank you very much.
Ms. Sangu Butiku.
Ms. Sangu Butiku, African Moja. Thank you very much for being part of this symposium, and please take that token of appreciation.
I'd like our panelists, they all seem to have disappeared.
Any panelists who still around?
Panelists, yes. There's one there.
Oh, there's Sebastian.
There's Sebastian is there.
There's Dr. Boaz.
Mr. Dr. Boaz. Oh, okay.
Joseph.
Good.
Thank you, Sebastian. Taking a photo. Sebastian thinks he's being arrested. No, we're taking a photo. He's not used to these things.
Hey, why did I hand all of you and I take a picture with all of them? For what?
Okay. Thank you, Professor Boaz, for leading us into understanding the importance of Kiswahili at this moment in the integration process.
Any other panelists, the student panelists? Yes? Okay, come. Quick.
We also had some student panelists.
Yes.
Thank you very much for taking this up, and thank you for keeping the interest. We hope that you have been stimulated by the remarks that have been made at this symposium, and that you get more interest in these matters for the future of Africa. The future of Africa lies in young people. Young people must be guided and oriented to think Africa. Otherwise, the trend can overtake us. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of our symposium, and it has been officially closed. Oh, we should play the national anthem. If you have lost your keys, please contact the Julius Nyerere Center.
Mungu ibariki Afrika, wabariki viongozi wake, hekima, umoja na amani. Hizi ni ngao zetu, Afrika na watu wake. Ibariki Afrika, ibariki Afrika, tubariki watoto wa Afrika. Mungu ibariki Tanzania, dumisha uhuru na umoja wake kwa waume na watoto. Mungu ibariki Tanzania na watu wake. Ibariki Tanzania, ibariki Tanzania, tubariki watoto wa Tanzania. Uganda, Mikola Hodhi, we lay our future in thy hands. United, free for liberty, together we'll always stand. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We have a fashion show as we go out. The team is going to do some performance here. The official program has ended and we just had some entertainment which had been pushed because of timing. May I invite the team going to do the fashion show to please take it up in just 1 minute. The guys doing the fashion show.